months passed and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held. Oh, you are held like the stars in the sky, held like the mother. You are held. We are held like the stars in the sky, held like divine mother held. As the feeling moves through me, I remember who I was born to be, looking out at this radiant sea. I can finally see everything is connected, everything is held. We are held. We are held by a loving embrace, held like the stars in place. We are held. And through this magical invisible web, it holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth and with information. We must remember our destination. We are held like a star. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are held, we are held, we are held, we are held, we are held. And I am feeling held. I am feeling so held.
Welcome. My name is Susan, aka Joyful Sun. Thank you for joining us as we gather to support each other in our personal evolution. Let me explain a little about why this summit has the words yo soy in its name. The term yo soy in Spanish means I am, and the term I am is a path on which many have taken as a means to self-discovery and exploration into human spirituality and human origins. The idea of this summit began taking shape when a group of us who walk the yosoy path decided to visit Mount Shasta in the summer solstice of 2023. During our visit, we felt held. We felt held by the elements of water, fire, earth, air, and ether. We felt held by our global community. We felt held by Mother Earth. And we felt held by Mount Shasta and its community, which is widely known for the I Am teachings. I am grateful to the Solstice at Mount Shasta group and the very talented Held Summit team for making this event possible. Out front, serving us as our hosts are Jesse Reyes and Zahira Buna, and behind the scenes are the very talented poet-musicians Luna Ra Starshine and Yvonne Daher, AI visual creator Veronica Polo Torok, video and technology wizards Jesse Reyes and Juling Brutker, and last but certainly not least, we have the unceasing multi-dimensional support from our very own Guadalupe Hall. Without them, none of this would have come to physical existence. So, from the very bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you. As you can see from our website, we have speakers from different walks of life. They will teach us various techniques and practices that will assist us in our evolutionary journey. I was once asked why the summit had different topics. The reason is based on the premise that humanity does not subscribe to one ideology, nor one person, nor one spiritual aspect. Everything is possible, and each one of us has that power to choose and create our paths and how we will get there. So, whether you're just starting out or you've already embarked on quests to discover who you really are and what your role is in this beautiful creation called being human, remember that you are never alone. As the saying goes, nothing is by accident. You found yourself here as a reminder that there are many of us all around you, and you are held. Thank you again for joining us, and enjoy.
Eons pass and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held. Oh, you are held like the stars in the sky, held like the mother you are held. We are held like the stars in the sky, held like divine mother held. As the feeling moves through me, I remember who I was born to be. Looking out at this radiant sea, I can finally see everything is connected, everything. web, it holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth and with information. We must remember our destination. We are held like a star. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are held, we are held, we are held, we are held, we are held. And I am feeling held. I am feeling so held.
Hello, I want to share about a unique and incredible experience that you can live in the Andes of Peru. The initiatory path with the Queros Inca with their priestess Alto Misayoc, Maria Pasa Machaca, and her son Manuel. If you are looking for experience that connects you with nature and allows you to immerse yourself in the Inca culture, this is for you. Modern life can be stressful and overwhelming. Many times we feel disconnected from ourselves and the natural world around us. If you feel this way, it's time to disconnect it from the routine and immerse yourself in experience that will change your life. Can you imagine walking along the ancestral trails of the Queros Incas, surrounded by spectacular landscape and breathing fresh air? Can you imagine immersing yourself in the Inca culture, learning about the rituals and spiritual practices? Can you imagine finding the inner peace and connection with the universe that you have been looking for? All this is possible on the initiation path with the Queros Incas of Peru. This experience will take you through the Andes, the valleys, and the rivers in a journey that will connect you with nature and with the mysteries of the Inca culture. You will be able to learn from the Queros, an indigenous community that has preserved the tradition and wisdom of their ancestors. In addition, the initiatory path will take you through different stages of initiation, in which you will be able to learn about yourself and the world around you. You will be able to connect with your spirituality and find the purpose you have been searching for. And best all, this experience will take you out of your comfort zone, allow you to grow and evolve as a human being. There is nothing more transformative than an experience like the initiation path with the Queros Incas of Peru. If you are ready to disconnect from the routine, immerse yourself in nature, and find your spiritual path, this is the opportunity you have been waiting for. Dare to live this unique and unforgettable adventure.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We're so happy that you're back to see us, to witness some more of this beautiful initiatic path information with Elena Dominguez, and also to join us and be part of this new creation. Today we have Elena Dominguez, and she's back. She was part of the initiatic path journey with the three ladies. Elena Dominguez is a holistic practitioner. She facilitates past life regressions, and it's a spiritual assistant, but also after her time with the Queros and the Incas, she has been given the name of Papa Sayo, and that is an Andean priestess. Thank you so much, Elena, for coming back. And today she's going to guide us through a beautiful gift that is called despacho, which is our connection to Mother Earth and giving her gratitude. But it has so many things that are helping to set the intention for that connection. So thank you so much for being here with us and bringing this gift to all of us, because it's a time to connect, right?
Thank you to everyone. Thank you all people around the world. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information. Thank you to the Yosoy Shasta, for all of you. You made possible this message come to
Yes.
Thank you.
And then I'm sorry, I want to introduce Veronica. Veronica has been in the back scene with us. She's the one that created this beautiful AI picture and has helped us throughout the whole process. So thank you, Veronica, for being part with us today. And also don't want to forget that Jesse is still part of our team, and he wasn't feeling so great today. So we step in and help each other. Thank you so much. And Elena, we started off with playing your video, and I really want to get to know, I think we all need to know who you are. And I know that I met you both in Egypt and in Argentina. When I met you in Egypt, you were there for Maria Pasa, which was a special guest for Matias. So give us a little bit of background of how you came about to being part of the Yosoy family, and then also how this all came to you in your path.
Well, thank you again. My path with the Yosoy family started in Egypt. Before I was not really with all the signs, but I had to be in Egypt. And it was start other magic there, many tests that I already shared with you. But before being in Egypt, I just was initiated with Maria Pasa in December. And we found that they go to Egypt in February, and I will go. I said, oh my God, this is too much synchrony, you know, and be in that path already, walk with them. I start to be conscious with the energy, with Mother Earth, maybe to open more and help more. Even is supposed to I help other, but I really feel I help myself at the same time, you know. And it was a blessing for me. And any test, because always is a test, you have to find the answer and you pass.
Elena, I don't think everyone might know about Maria Pasa and who the Queros are. So can you give us a little bit of background of the Queros, the Incas, how they were hidden for 300 years, and they have been able to keep their culture very intact. And now they're gifting us this information.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, the Queros is the indigenous community the last legacy from the Incas. They have been hiding in the mountains in Peru, in Cusco. And they just show up to the civilization in 1950, recently. It's not so long. They have been hiding. It say nobody can see them because they were covered with an invisible bubble. Is what for they said nobody can see them before. And they start to teach us and share how they communicate with the Mother Earth, how the messaging from them, they live in harmony with the Mother Earth, with the animals, with the plants. One thing between how they live, they believe in the Aini. Aini in Quechua is mean reciprocative. Reciprocative? Yeah. And yeah, reciprocative. And chain energy. Chain energy. And they always help each others. They live in nowhere and they only eat from their animals, their harvests, and they help each other. And very connected with the apus. When you hear me, apus is mean the spirit masculine. When you hear me, Pachamama in Quechua mean the feminine energy. Is what I hope I can answer your question.
Maria Pasa is, I believe, the last bloodline of the Incas. And her connection to Mama Pacha, she channels Mama Pacha, is the reason why she was invited to Egypt with Matias. And I believe she was like 98 at that moment or something like that.
It was 96, now she's 98.
Oh, 98.
And thank you, yeah. Maria Paz is the last descendant from the Incas, 98 years old. And what I invite, you see the video about the initiatic path, I have been doing more than 5, 6 initiatic path with them. And one thing you won't believe it, Maria Pasa walked more fast than you and me. With 90 years old in the mountain.
And barefoot in the snow.
Yeah, and for me, well, right now, yeah, I am connected. Yeah, I connect, I ask help to the spirit because I can see it or I feel it. It's holding for some huge energy. If she can speak, for that she has the blessing priest Alto Misayo. That is something very important. Alto Misayo, what it mean? Because she was initiated for Mother Nature. How? Because she was hitting with to the lightning. She was hitting 2 or 3 times. Is she still alive?
She was hit by lightning 2 or 3
Lightning.
times. And who survives that?
Exactly. And one time she disappeared. And the Keros has to start to do this one, despacho ritual for she can come again. It's a legend.
Yeah.
It's an honor for me to walk with.
Sorry to interrupt you. That's what I wanted to say. Can you give us a little bit? I don't think I said the name that they gave you correctly. Can you give us a little bit about that? After you did the initiatic path with them, you were also, I guess, baptized with this name, right?
Yeah. Yes. After that next follow initiative path, I have been doing already after Egypt. After Egypt, the awakening about my connection ancestral with the Incas. Maria Pasa knew it. I didn't have to tell her. And she only speaks Quechua, native language. But for me, most of the time I understand because feel the energy. It's Quechua, native language. And for me, the name the Maria Pasa, because always Alto Misayo and elders priestly give you the blessing. It was with her older brother. They give me the blessing Pampa Misayo. It's priestess, but I was initiated for other human being priestess. The difference with Maria pasa alto misa yo is because she was initiated for the mother nature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you got to really learn every detail that goes into this despacho, which is despacho is an earth offering. It's a gift that we give. Either we dig it into the ground or we catch it on fire, and you have options, right? Depending on where you are.
Wherever you are, yeah. And despacho, what is meaning despacho? And for me, each country has the blessing to go. I feel the connection and give the offer to the Mother Earth. It's a gift that for offer to gratitude, to the path I doing, to offer for the blessing, for the guidance, for ask permission to the spirit in the sacred land. Or you can do the despacho too for health, for prosperity, for wellness, for a new partner. It's different also. You have to put the intention and Mother Earth receive the gift, and it's the Aini, reciprocity energy, and you will receive.
Receiving. Before you actually start showing us all the items that you used, I want to remind anyone watching this live now that you have an opportunity to put questions in, and towards the last 15 minutes of our session, we will pick questions that will help us continue to learn and dive into this magical ritual from the Incas. So whenever you're ready to show us what you got.
Oh, okay. And lucky you guys, this wonderful thing, they create a page when you will see all the ingredients. And for me, right now, I do a small example only because, yeah, you know, despacho is a blessing. And for that, I already create that despacho. I will show you later, but this is an example how we do. When you can see, we use cottons that representative the energy, the cloud energy. I hope it's white, but we're going to create a rectangle quickly. This time I won't do too much because the time, but you want to see the list there. You will slide the list, lady, the pictures, dear family.
Oh, yes, Julian, if you can show us the picture. Oh, yeah.
This is the main ingredients that this wonderful thing put very clear for you is the ingredient that you needed for put the despacho. In the beginning, we're going to put, like I told you, we need in the beginning cottons and alpaca wool.
I do want to remember that, I remember from our talk that one dish holds the feminine energy and the other dish holds the masculine energy.
Exactly. And then, yes, I create a rectangle. This size is going to be the masculine energy. This side is going to be the feminine energy. This is going to be the apple, the man. And this is going to be the Pachamama. Other things, Trinity, Mother, Father, Mother, Son. We create a portal here before that. And then after we put that, I do this example easy for you because I know maybe you can find coca leaf, you can find wool in your country. For me, cottons, and I paint the cottons with natural vegetables, for me natural. And this represented again the cloud energy. This colorful represent the rainbow energy in the feminine. And then I'm going to put easy, only 1 quinto. This time I'm going to do exactly how the Kero we do in the mountain, the rituals. We're going to take 5 leaves this time, 5. We don't have coca leaf, but we have bay leaf. And you want to put your intention here. You're going to put the intention, and this is very important. You have to say your name. My name is Elena. Mention the mountain where is the high mountain where is your country, and then mention the high mountain where you live now. That is very important because the energy, remember, in the first mountain when you're born, the energy, you get energy from there for you being created, this human being. And then I say, Elena, I connected with my Apu. I say Apu to the mountain, Huascarán. And then I connected with my Apu, the mountain, San Mitchell here in North Carolina. And put my intention for connected, learning, help, in love, in harmony. Thank you for good health, for prosperity, for abundance. Put the intention here, and then you're going to separate. This is very important. 3 leaf, the masculine, 2 leaf, the Pachamama, feminine. And then after you do the blessing, I have here white wine. And I put here, after I blessing with the white wine, with the Pachamama, red wine. You don't have white wine, you can use other like a rum or even water, but put the blessing, your energy. This is red wine. You don't have red wine, you can use other juice that has color, like a red one. After you put, yes, any
You
question?
separate things by color, for feminine being the dark color and then masculine being the white. Is that right?
Yes, and help me for more clarity for others. Yeah, because in the picture that you put it, yeah, that is for masculine energy is white color most, and for feminine energy is more red or dark. Okay, continue to see the list, and what we do, like we have this in this point, rice. Rice is for the snowing energy. If we're going to put this size. This is an example. And then it has in the list corn for abundance. Even you can put your energy here. Focus on the energy of abundance. Abundance in health, abundance in economy, abundance in work. Put your energy, put it here. And then the other, continue with the list that you have there. You have candy, you have what rice that represent the snowing energy. You have leather noodles that representative for good communication. Yes, thank you for putting it. We're going to read it more easy. You're going to put leather noodles. You're going to put large lima beans. You're going to put white corn. You put white quinoa. Oh, I have to mention white quinoa for abundance too. White sugar, the intention, you're going to make sweet the pot. You have to put fat. Then the Keros Inca, they use llama fat, but we cannot find llama fat. We use cow fat. You can put incense too for the masculine. The The other yellow in the left is incense too. It's other kind. In the middle is a candy. I put a candy that represent the masculine. I try to create form because here I don't find like a candy with the special figure to men, you know. But my intention, okay, this piece of candy is going to be a man because I put a picture like a figure for men, a picture for woman, for good couple. I can put a picture for the intention for my home, a new home. I can put a candy picture or a paper even with a new car. And then we have the silver glitter represented the silver light too. That is what I mean. And then when we finish there, we have the red form that represented, you see there, on the intention for abundance, again, abundance, health, economy, work, and oh, you can put it again. Sorry, for I can finish displaying there. Thank you. And then we have quinoa. Quinoa, again, abundance too. And then in the list, we have peanut. Peanut is for good growing, and acknowledge. You have animal crackers there that represent the animal kingdom, forget the energy. You have chickpeas. Chickpeas too is again for good energy, good growing. You have brown sugar there, again for get the blessing, a sweet path. You have panela, is sweetness too, for make sweet the path. In the Pachamama, in the feminine energy, you want to put a lot of sweetness because she loves sweetness. You have candy there, you have more candy, yet all those is a lot of candy, different kind. You know, I make happy to the Pachamama. Different kind. She loves different color. I put fig too. The fig make more power and energize this intention in her side. And we're going to put the gold glitter too for the gold light, you know. And then, yeah, I'm going to put, this is all the list you put it. Thank you. That's helped me to explain more easy. And then, okay, we're going to guessing we finished to put everything here. After we finish to put everything here, we can put even a picture of a money. You can put money here too. Like I thought, money, house, something representing man, woman, a new car. But put your intention. Only put
you can customize what represents something for you and put it there as the intention. Is that right?
Yes, it's perfect. Yes. Yeah. Put your intention, put your love.
Elena, what do you use to lay it on? That's something that I think was really important, of what material is used to lay this offering on.
Oh, for make more, for this, most people, when I was traveling, people try to do the same I was doing. And they say, oh, when I did, it was not burning, take me a while, because it's two ways. When you burn it, and burn it quickly, it's a sign that they accepted your offer. Or when you did, and the lamp opened quickly, they accepted your offer. But very important, before you do this one, this is the, I don't know, this is a secret, but it's very important. You have to do a good cleaning before do the offer. Cleaning yourself, cleaning the space where you're going to do the offer, and make connection with the energy, the spirit around. Be blessing for that, for this opportunity you I create for the connection with the other side. That is the main, I think so, for before start the dispatch. Thank you for that question. Well, we want to put one. candy. And this one we finish here to put all those ingredients. And then we're going to put, you can put carnelian or rose, but it has to be white color for the masculine side. And then this is for bloom, right? Bloom the energy, blooming, florecer.
Blooming, yeah.
Bloom, or make the energy blooming. So then we put this. Perfecto.
And everything that you're using is biodegradable, right?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Exactly.
And this is, I think, is something really important for us to know, because as we start looking for the initiatic paths and finding beautiful energetic places of the world, you'll see offerings everywhere, and some of the offerings are almost an offense to Mother Gaia, because they're, to us, can be garbage, you know, like watches, cigarette lighters and things like that. So I was so happy when we knew that you were going to be one of the speakers, because you're really showing us the importance of, okay, you're given an offering of something you really like and that it means something to you, but it also has to be biodegradable, that Earth can actually take it in, right?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yeah, maybe, you know, people, they don't know nothing about this one, you know, for mistake they put the stuff not supposed to, but yeah, this is right, it has to be biodegradable. Yeah, for the stuff.
And you use, I think it's wrapping paper, and then also a cloth made by the Incas. And when they're making this cloth, the cloth is being made with every intention from the very beginning, right?
That is very important, because those people, they know the code. What is the universe? What is the energy? And they put the intention in each. This is they give me with the blessing for Pampamisayo. I have other here. I will show you. And yeah, if for that, when I get something, I get from them, because they put the energy, the concept. They put the code. What is meaning? What is the message there? And well, we put everything here. We finish. And when we finish, I will continue with the, I asked permission because I made yesterday, because it was a lot to put it. And I will show you how you finish. You take the white wine, blessing, the masculine side. Then with the red wine, you blessing the feminine side, the Pachamama. Okay, going to make room. This is example only, because I have the original here. That we're supposed to wrap it, and we use like a gift. And use color like flowers, you know, for represented for gift to the mother. We're going to take this one here. This is example. But always put it some, I don't know, you have some a special blanket, you use it, or some blanket that maybe you use for your path, some spiritual, cover with that. It's going to hold the energy. I will show you, this is the example I'm going to put here. I will show you what I created yesterday, because it has to be conscious with the energy, you know, to put all the stuff together. And I hold it even with a gift I received in the mountain. This is a gift I received in the mountain. You can see it's like a condor, and you can see it's a perfect heart there. When I was walking, I received it. It's some gift that mother, I received it with gratitude and love. I was asked for they can hold the energy for this despacho. Here I have my Misha. When you are initiated in this path, you get Misha. And this Misha has stones for Sacred Mountain, represented the energy for each mountain here. I ask permission so they can hold the energy for this despacho. And you can see here how they saw, how they saw, this is a special, they made, even Mamita Maria Pasa, she still made it. I was with her. Okay, hope you can see it. I'm going to ask permission. Now we're going to take more serious. We're going to ask permission. And thank you to the apples for give permission. For continue with the blessings with this offering. For sharing and blessing to all who they watch this video. Okay, I will show you what I create now.
Wow.
This is what I created yesterday. I think so, yeah, you can see it. It's already put everything. The last piece, I only want to put a last piece. I put 3 rainbow colors. This is for cosmovision and discosmovision. I explain. Let me put my energy, my intention. The white rainbow represents the masculine energy. The yellow rainbow represents the feminine energy. And the red rainbow represents the water. Here I already put a piece of candy, like a home, 2 pieces of candy, like a couple. Or I created because it was not here. It's not like I can find in Cusco. For that make easy for you can understand, you can create. And I create with the stuff I have. And we're going to do a last, because I want you to see, I put in different size. I want to put here. Oh, this is for that. Thank you for the people who watch this video, and for that they want to watch later. Put your intention here. You want to receive it too. If you create this one, or you want to have the opportunity to work with the kiddos, or any other path with other brothers, do it. It's some connection you want to, unforgettable. Okay. I'm going to.
And now, once you do this offering, you'll see a manifestation. Yesterday, Elena did it for all of us, and almost immediately there's like this beautiful rainbow. She posted pictures. I don't know if Julie has access to that.
Yeah.
I can.
Thank you. Always is a magic there. Immediately we start the despacho. A halo, a rainbow.
And she gets to talk back to us that way, right?
Air, I offer this bay leaf. This is from your daughter Elena Dominguez Escudero. In gratitude for all the blessings and I receive it, for ask permission for the initiatic path with the kiddos, for the blessing to share this spiritual path, connection with the energy, connection with the being, connection with the elements, in gratitude and love, in service, in connection for help to other brothers and sisters, in the love vibration. I offering, say thank you
Ho. Ho. This is the video for preparation. This is the first video I sent to you when it happened after I finished the dispatcher.
Quiere más, quiere más. It's good, it's good.
I never saw
That is good.
the rainbow.
A lot of drink. That is very good. You want a lot of drink. It's good. Thank you, thank you. Apple. To for the Pachamama. Want to give a lot too.
Yeah, the rainbow was
Okay,
with
we're going
us.
to start.
before the ceremony.
We're going to start to put the stuff for. Say thank you with us seeds. Okay. We're going to put something represented the money we want to. We can put dollar. I have soles too. We're going to put the soles. We're going to put the. We're going to put here soles and dollar represent the energy. Okay. Then we're going to put flower. What flowers? Because we want to bloom this offering for bloom. Want to put beautiful flower here. Y for the apple, Y for the masculine energy. Talking in my ear. Bloom, the masculine, bloom, the feminine. Pachamama, feminine energy. Feminine energy. For the feminine energy. Okay.
Yeah. I hope you can find the rainbow so they can see it. I sent to you again by WhatsApp. Yeah.
Gracias, gracias, gracias.
You can see like a geometric line too on top us too. was so blessing to see it, to feel it. This experience that I hope everybody can.
Yeah, thank you so much for opening it up to the group chat and saying, does anyone want a blessing? That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Elena, can you explain a little bit more what this ritual was for specifically? Like, why did you do this yesterday and where were you? Because it sounds like there were some cars nearby.
I was in my home. Yes, it's some cars there. Yeah, I was in my home, my backyard. Before that, you can hear noise. Yeah, and I was put the intention and this offering for the blessing for the Yosoy network to each one of you, to my path, to each person want to connect it, and say thank you to the Mother Earth, gratitude, and for the permission for the next path. This is what this blessing is.
And Elena lives in North Carolina, is that right?
Yeah, I
So,
live in.
so this is like an opportunity for us to realize we don't have to go to Peru. We don't have to go to a special place in the world to be able to do this. We just feel the calling and we have the intentions, and you can do it in your backyard. You can do it at a park, right?
Yeah, like I said, cleaning. For cleaning, I use Palo Santo, and you can use Agua Florida. You know, you have to a good cleaning. That is very, very important. Remember, you, the person, so the person cleaning. Even I clean with the Palo Santo and other thing in my backyard to the spirit around there, to the land. And well, for close this despacho, and after I close the despacho, well, thank you again for the opportunity. I'm going to burn it and I will show you. This is the confirmation. When it's burned, it's accepted. If other people say, oh, it was not burned, maybe something you miss it or you don't clean well. For that, say, clean, put your intention, put your love. Be love. That's it. And for close this one, I'm going to mention each one of you and myself for close this despacho. And then, because I want to close with you, I ask permission to hold the energy, and we're going to do, after I mention each of you, I let you know what you're going to do. Okay. My permission to the apples, the Pachamama, for you. Son Jesse Reyes from Volcan de Agua, and he's in Mont Baldi. I have for Julien Chow, 7 Star Mountain, and she's in Schneebalhorn, Schneebalhorn in Zurich for the apple. For Susan Duong from the mountain Amindue, and she's in the mountain Umunhum. To Veronica Polo, she was from the Monte Picayo, and she's in the Sierra de Seguro energy. To Yvonne Daher from the Lebanon Mountain, and she's in Licabetus Mountain energy. For Luna Ra, she's from the mountain Wilson. which is in the energy from the mountain Bonner. For Guadalupe Hall, she from the energy San Salvador Volcano, which is in Shasta Mountain. To Sahira, she from the Mexico Mother, which is in the energy Mount Shasta. To your daughter, Elena Dominguez Escudero, from my Apu Huascarán, which is in the San Michel Mountain energy. Okay. Now I'm going to ask everybody, you are here. The spirit is no separation. Put your hands on the despacho. You want, close your eyes. Put your energy there. Connect with the energy, the portal we create. In gratitude and love. Connection your intention. Feel it. Feel joy. Feel the clarity of the message you are receiving. We give thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, the apple. We give this offering to our path, our work, our health, our abundance, our wellness, or our knowledge. Connect it with your intention. Feel it. And we say thank you. In the same position you are now, this is something special you're going to do. Now, you're going to visualize, like a USC, that despacho. This is important for that I didn't finish. Now, the energy is here. I want to pull 3 times and put to my heart. 1, with the intention. Pull to your heart. 1, feel it. Love, gratitude, happiness. 2, 3, to your heart. And then it's time to wrap that gift.
So we're going to have an opportunity to see this making at the end of today's summit. Elena, I wanted to open this time up for any questions if anyone had, and then also ask you again, what is a cosmovision?
Oh, cosmovision. Cosmovision, the Incas, they was connected with the cosmos. All is about energy, like I explained. They create everything is life, everything is life.
Everything is alive.
In anything. The messages from the cosmovision live in harmony is the message for this life now. Harmony with the plants, with the animals, with other brothers and sisters, help each other, you know. Everybody's learning, everybody's awakening. Like I have my own awakening too, you know. But one thing since I was connected for my ego, don't block me, or the mind don't block me, always say, ego, mind, go to my heart. stay in my heart. And when I mention that, I put the energy there. I feel more that you can see more, I understand more.
Thank you so much, Elena. That was so beautiful. And I got emotional because I feel like I don't oftentimes have an opportunity to show my love and gratitude to Mother Earth. And when that gets opened up, it brings so much feeling, because I do feel so much love and so much appreciation. And I don't have that many opportunities to say I love you, to not to another human being, but to the, you know, the earth itself that holds us all. So thank you for that opportunity. I had a question for you. So you live in the United States. I used to live in the United States. I'm living in Spain now, but I have a strong American culture part of me. But I'm curious, since you came from Peru and you come from this traditional culture, and not only that, but you've been initiated into this ancient path. How do you bring together these two worlds? Because the United States can be a very fast-paced, materialistic society, and it's sometimes easy to lose that connection if you're not careful. So one question is, how do you maintain that connection? And then another question is, do you talk openly about your spiritual practices there? And what would you say to somebody that thinks that this is sort of archaic or from another time, and no longer relevant?
Yeah, thank you. Well, the first question, I keep my space, you know. Okay. So, I don't know what happened, sorry. I'm here?
Yep, we can see you, and we can
okay.
hear
Okay,
you.
because I don't see me, but thank you for letting me know. Sorry about that. Well, the first responsibility for myself is take care of my space. And yes, United States is true, it's too much noise, but I stay in my space that I create, the sacred is a place for me, my home. You know, I harmonize with plants, with crystal, even with my own energy. I keep most of the time with me. Yeah, we just have a small group, a woman. We meeting for solstice too. Here is my responsibility, you know. In any place, even if you are in, I decide where I need to be, you know. If for that I decide to be with me, that is my priority. If for that keep that connection, and well, I have the blessing, thank you to the Mother Earth. I frequently travel. When I travel, like the last travel, I've been almost 2 months in all UK. I've been in Argentina almost a month. Now I go to Peru almost 2 months, and still traveling different initiative path, calling. And for the second question, the second question I forgot. What is?
What would you say to people that think this is kind of archaic or sort of animistic, giving powers to something which is imagined?
Yes, is, well, I need to feel with what people is, you know, connected or is awakening, because you cannot say to everybody this, but I can express like because I've been coaching too, like in this way too, you know. I don't need to put the spirituality there too much, but I put about behave, about how you talk with other people, how you create karma, how is the law of attraction, how is the universe law, whatever you create come back to you. I put easy messages for any person needed. You know, I have other in the 3D, I have other work when I communicate with clients too, and always is something to give. Is I have the message to share, I share with everybody. I
Mhm.
hope I respond your question.
All right, thank you so much.
You did mention that wherever you go, it's your job to cleanse your energy, to set the intentions, and you use Palo Santo a lot. How do you use Palo Santo yourself?
Yeah. For me, it's 11:11 right now.
Perfect.
Perfect time. Okay, for the Palo Santo, well, you start to clean all the intention again, for cleaning, for protection, for blessing, for get acknowledged. The main meaning. Don't put too much because maybe you don't think it. Or maybe one thing, that's it, cleaning, that's it. Clean from the bottom to the top chakra. The front and the back. Other things you can cleaning because it's very important, the cleaning. The agua florida. I don't know if you can find it, but online you can find it. This is the way the Queros Incas, they clean. Put 1, 2, 3. And then
Agua de Florida smells very good. I think it's made with orange peels and different herbs, and it really does. It seems to shift the environment itself. Just the smell of it is very powerful.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. And all you aura, you clean. Very good cleaning, open more meaning to say it and receive it.
Someone in the audience had a question about the name of the masculine energy from the Queros.
Apu. Apu. In Quechua. Apu, in Quechua language, is mean spirit, but for the masculine energy. For that, in my language, I use it in this part. Or the Queros, Incas, they Apu for the masculine energy, for the masculine spirit. And Pachamama for the feminine energy, Mother Earth.
Wow, thank you so much, Elena. And I know that we're going to come back to you to see what happened. Was it a good blessing? Was it not? I know we started off with the beautiful rainbow, so that's going to be really exciting to watch. And then 2, we'll be able to close your session at the end and give us your message to humanity, or what you want to share from yourself at this moment. I want to thank you for taking your time and putting this together. I know there's a lot of elements that go into this, so thank you for doing that. And then I also want to let you know that we have intermissions before we have our next speaker, who's going to be Lama Tsering. Before we get to him, we're going to have Alex Stein talk to us about the razor path to awakening. So if there's anything else we need to do, Veronica, or we can go ahead and close the session out so that we can move forward.
Is there anything, Elena, that you want to tell us about how to get in touch with you, or if you do any healing sessions for people?
Before, I'm sorry, can I interrupt? Before, there's one more question. Somebody asked, when is a good time to do the despacho? And is there a specific direction that you sit or you face when you're doing it?
You can do any time, even for your birthday, for a solstice time, for looking for a job, for maybe you are stressful, even you don't feel the solution. You can do any time. Don't stop. And if I had the permission, before it was some calling, I received it. Everything is perfect, because this interruption it's happened to me with my guys. Well, it's my way. This interruption, and when I didn't see me, but I see the time. And the time, it was 11:11. Before I can see it in big. That was my message. I want to share. Thank
I
you.
love that. That's beautiful.
But I hope you had the opportunity to go this initiatic path. It's different conscience connected with you, being just be you. That is the more important, or any path with other brothers and sisters, but take your time and reconnect with yourself.
Mhm. And people can go to the Yosoy Shasta Soul website to get your contact information, right? If they want to get in touch with
There is all my information they share it. Yeah, and thank you again.
Great.
And Elena travels to Colorado. She'll be coming over to Shasta soon. She's going to Peru, but she's all over. So that's
And what is next? I was thinking I want to travel around to Peru for 2 months, but for the 2024, I feel the call from Shasta. I will be there another time. I hear. I feel the call for Sedona too. And Peru, I go 2 times on the year for June 21 for solstice, summer, and then in January too, for help 2 times to this path to the Keros for Maria Paz. For me, it's an honor. Work with some ancient civilization, 100 years old.
Oh my gosh, yes.
When you have the opportunity. It's a service, what I do. It's an honor for me.
And this year, the ghettos put together called the Elders meeting, right? And that's where we met Lama Tsering, Guadalupe Hall. She's one of the Solstice members. Ran into him there at the event and invited him to be part of our team and join us as a special speaker. So it's really exciting that we get to have him here today. We're also going to have Peter Mount Shasta, which was the catalyst to this awakening of ours as a group. So thank you so much for all this. And I just love the way we're connecting these dots, right? Thank you so much. And Susan, do you have anything else you'd like to say? And Veronica, before we go into Alex Stein's message.
Hi, I think Veronica was going to mention it, but as Elena is going to go outside to transmute the despacho, we will go back at the end of this at the end of this session of the summit after Peter Mount Shasta. We'll go back to see how the transmutation is going.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for the break. So we'll have an intermission. We're going to hear something from Alex Stein, and then we'll be ready for our next guest.
Eons passed and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held. Oh, you are held like as the feeling moves through me. I remember who I was born to be, looking out at this radiant sea. I can finally see everything is connected, everything is held. We are held. We are held by a loving embrace, held like the stars in place. We are held. And through this magical, invisible web, it holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth and with information. We must remember our destination. We are held like the stars. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are held, we are held, we are held, we are held, we are held. And I am feeling held. I am feeling so held.
The path of awakening really is very narrow. It's like walking a razor's edge, as the Upanishads put it. And the slightest little imbalance one way or the other will tip you off. Now, the good news is that you can always get right back on in the next moment. But the fact remains that it takes an incredible amount of clarity and balance and inner stillness to remain on that razor's edge. Now, there are a few reasons for this, and there are some things that we can do or ways that we can consider things that can help us. But one of the ironic things about it is that the further you get along the path sometimes, the narrower it seems to become. It's like it becomes apparent that things that used to work for you don't work for you anymore. Right? And so in a way you start to get kind of hemmed in a little bit more when you should be approaching total freedom. I mean, what the hell? What's going on here? So for example, you might have to stop hanging around with people that you used to enjoy hanging around with because there's something off there. Or you might have to change your diet, or you might have to give up an entire dream or change careers, or there's all kinds of things that happen, right? Now, at the same time, you might make these changes and you might discover a new level of freedom through them and a new sense of like, oh yeah, okay, I've got it now, right? And then these become new things for you to hold on to and new things for you to define yourself by, new things to pull you off the edge of the razor. So, then you're further hemmed in by the fact that, all right, so I got to do this or not do that, but I also have to not hold on to any of these as like a permanent self-defining thing. So now even further than that is the fact that in terms of letting go of things, right, we have to even let go of our ideas of enlightenment or awakening, right? And our whole sense of even having a purpose. Ironically, you don't get on the path without having the goal in mind, right? Most people get onto an awakening path because they've come to an impasse. They've come to some point in their life where something's not working. They're tired of suffering, and they see a way out, either through another person or a teaching or the example of like an ancient sage or something like that. And they go, I want that, right? And then we just naturally think in terms of steps to get there, and in terms of hierarchies and levels of achievement and status and value and all of that sort of thing. And you will quickly or not so quickly realize, as the work unfolds for you, that you got to stop thinking that way. And you also have to notice the subtle ways in which you are thinking that way. You might think that, like, oh no, I'm fine, like I got it. Even that thinking, I got it, is ultimately something that's gonna just rip you off the side of the razor, and maybe cut you on your way down. So, what do you do? It's like Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche said, enlightenment is the ego's ultimate letdown. And why? Well, because you're doing this thing, it's the ultimate thing in life, and yet you don't possess it. You can't take credit for it. You can't go to people and be like, hey, look what I did. Like, aren't I awesome? Right? It's like every time we seek a goal in other circumstances, it's to add value to ourselves that we don't think is there in the first place. Not so with awakening. With awakening, it's kind of stripping away all of the false things that obviously don't give us lasting peace and a lasting sense of value, and realizing that what is lasting, what is real, is what's left when all of that stuff is gone. So all it really requires is, there's a few basic ingredients, right? And no matter what your practice is, whether, it's mindfulness or Kundalini or, Western occult kind of practices or shamanism or psychedelics, or however you approach this process, you need to constantly be cultivating a sense of basically balance and stillness, right? Just fundamental sense of inner peace, right? Be able to, in any circumstance, if even for only a second, be able to touch a place that is permanently peaceful within yourself, right? That is what we're really looking for, right? To just be able to just, even for just a moment, go there. And maybe the next moment you fall out of balance, et cetera, et cetera. But just to be able to do that and come back, that in a way is enough, right? And the other really big piece, and this is where we can really do the work, is in self-observation, right? To know thyself, and to know thyself on a number of levels, to know the distorted levels of the self, to learn how to kind of read the dashboard, and interpret things that maybe in your asleep state you interpreted a different way, and then to know your real self, that to know who you are when you just let it all go and you are just there, just flowing with the universe, right? So as far as the self-observation piece goes, obviously you cultivate this through meditation, but it's something you can also do just any time during the day. Just notice, take some time, maybe take a minute to notice, okay, what was I thinking about over the past minute? Or what is the kind of chain reaction that occurs in me every time I speak to this one person? Or every time I reach for that piece of food, what is the kind of chain of events that led up to that? What did that impulse feel like as it kind of started in my belly and moved up through my chest, down into my arm and into my fingers, and I grasped the object, that kind of thing. And also noticing the kind of recurring patterns and things that seem one way, but as observation bears out, when you actually look into it, actually means something else. So my own version of this, and this is different for everybody, but my own version of this is fear. If I'm feeling like extreme sense of dread, I have learned that it's actually not a signal of a real danger. It's actually a signal of a greater opening and opportunity that's around the corner. And it's almost like I got a psychic sense for it, and my mind, body, emotions read it as, oh no, something bad's gonna happen. So now I wouldn't know that if I didn't do inner work. For other people, it can be something like really jacked up excitement. Like, yeah, this is it, baby. It's happening. And then it doesn't happen. And then, you need to look at, okay, well, what's that jacked up excitement really about? And then to be able to do all of this without judging yourself and without going to another extreme of having seen it enough and then creating a news story about it that's ultimately probably disempowering. In the case of that last example, well, I can't allow myself to get excited because I know that if I do that, then blah, 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 blah. So again, we have to come back to that place of stillness and that fundamental sense that, on this path, there's ultimately nothing to hold on to. So just continue the process of letting go where you can, seeing as much as you will permit yourself to see, and maybe more, and returning to that peaceful place as often as you possibly can.
Eons passed and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held. Oh, you are held like the stars in the sky, held like the mother you are held. We are held like the stars in the sky, held like divine mother held. As the feeling moves through me, I remember who I was born to be. Looking out at this radiant sea, I can finally see everything is connected, everything is held. We are held. We are held by a loving embrace, held like the stars in place. We are held. And through this magical, invisible web, it holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth.
Thank you for coming back, or thank you for those that just joined. My biggest gratitude to Lama Tsering for coming on and sharing his teachings, his life with us. Lama Tsering, we met him in Peru, one of our solstice gatherings. Guadalupe went to Peru for the elders meeting that they had, and Lama Tsering was a guest there. Lama Tsering's a spiritual director, and a meditation teacher, and he also is a caregiver to humanity. So I know that, you know, being a Lama, you're naturally a teacher, but I do have to say that it's a caregiver to humanity is what you're doing. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for being with among you, and it's such an honor and privilege. And wherever you are, whether it's a good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, my greetings. So the topic which I was asked to talk or share was Tibetan wisdom and the Padmasambhava, the great teacher of this aeon, and mantra chanting and the meaning of Lama.
Okay.
So that covers a lot of topics, you know.
Yes. Before we do, you give us that information, I would love to know a little bit more about you. And,
yes.
Well,
Ask
okay.
me, what do you want to know?
Well, most importantly, the biggest thing is, who are you? Where did this begin for you? And how did you end up in the West? And that message is really big for us because you have been a gift to the Western world.
So I would say this is my fortunate good karma that I landed into this kind of situation and circumstances to be exposed and to have this kind of a personal direct engagement with the study, practice, and teaching of the Buddhism, particularly Tibetan Buddhism and the meditation, like since early 1980s. Like, I do not claim myself as a scholar, neither a master. Like, I am simple practitioner who is on the path and trying to make the best out of that for my own personal inner development, and also through that contribute to the society and humanity for their well-beings in whatever way one is struggling with, whether be it physical, emotional, or psychological, or spiritual, or with the belief systems like that. So that is how I identify myself as a fellow practitioner on the path. And my own personal path is the Tibetan Buddhism. And within the Tibetan Buddhism, we have many schools. And my own connection is to the Karma Kagyu, a Kagyu tradition, which is an ancient, like 900-year-old tradition that developed in Tibet by a master who went to India and lived and studied for 25 years in India, and then brought the Dharma back to Tibet, like that. And my teacher, His Holiness Shamarpa, the late Shamarpa, who is the second to the Karmapa Lamas, which is the first Lama in the Tibetan tradition who is recognized as a reincarnation of the previous. The reincarnated Lama started from the Karmapa lineage. So my Lama, who is called the late Shamarpa, is the second to that Lama, or in the lineage. So he had been my spiritual director, spiritual guidance, or whatever you like to call it, a Lama or teacher, who introduced and exposed and brought me into this kind of a role and a position to assist lamas who did not speak English language, but they had the knowledge and the wisdom and the lineage, and those who are invited to the West to teach and share the ancient wisdom that is held in Tibet. So I served as an interpreter and translator for the lamas and the masters. And then my teacher who sent me to Europe and America, having somehow noticed my sincerity and the long exposure to the teaching, and also asked me, whoever wishes to learn and study, I should be willing and be ready to teach. And that is what I do. And then for the last 10, 12 years, I've been working in the healthcare centers and qualifying myself as a chaplain, and spiritual care provider, going through the necessary education and training on top of my own tradition. So, which is very beneficial and rewarding. So this is what I consider myself. So does that answer you a little
Yes,
bit?
it does. And that gives us an understanding of how you ended up in Boston.
Yeah.
And you were servicing these lamas by helping them translate, but you do this for so many years, eventually you become ready to be a teacher yourself. Is that right?
That somehow, to share, should share the experience and knowledge that I acquired during my own journey, and by having interacted with so many people, not only from the Asian people, from the Tibetan culture, but having traveled at least four continents and many countries. And, so I've been exposed to the seekers for inner peace, and also those who really like to have a temporal, immediate benefit to overcome their emotional struggles or physical conditions. So, so in my journey, it has been really rewarding to be able to engage in these things. Out of what? Out of my faith, confidence in the path, and out of my aspiration and motivation, which is based and rooted with love and compassion.
Thank you. I know that there's a big vision that you're here to share, and you currently have a place at the Boston Hospital where you get to facilitate this an everyday meditation practice. And it's something very new in the Western world that is almost a beginning of something very beautiful. Can you give us a little bit of background of what's going on there?
Exactly. So in the hospital where I work as a chaplain, usually the chaplain's roles are only to provide spiritual support or prayers, but being a Tibetan Lama or a teacher there, somehow I got invited into teach meditation, because meditation has become sort of a very popular, even in the healthcare centers, mostly to as an antidote against stress and anxiety or a pain management. But stress and anxiety and pains are the symptom, because you can address it only one at a time, but it never really frees you from the reoccurring. It shifts from one to another. Even though such is the reality of the human condition, but in the hospital, I like whoever invites me to teach meditation and help them, which is the very big spectrum of the patient population, from the mental health to the trauma victims, from the cognitive neurological impairment, from the cancer oncological patient, and then staffs who have like a conflicts with their own identity or issues. So what I teach there is how to center oneself and balance and bring some, in the meditation training, like ultimately there are only two aspects of meditation. The first thing is to calm the mind by developing attention and focus, which is called the mindfulness, centering, being in the moment, like letting go of your ruminating thought or anxiety or projection. And that is fundamentally the basic meditation, which brings you relaxation and calmness, that also has an effect on your neurological, like a neural pathway and the neuroplasticity, which somehow affects on the nervous system and your emotions and physical well-being to a many level. But that is not just, it is not there. Like the human anxiety and worry and the fear and the hopelessness is deeper than that. So then, some teachings or another way of bringing the meditation that goes beyond your perception and emotion and your self-cherishing and ego grasping, and that is where the spirituality and the meditation, so-called insightfulness, the penetrative insight into the core of all the fundamental source of whatever you call it, enlightenment or awakening state of mind, or delusional state of mind, which is what we are constantly going through. And how to have that penetrative insight where you see the border, and then you have the clarity to choose which side of the border you like to step in, and that is, so that takes like a lot of reflection, contemplation, and meditation, which is beyond, getting stuck there with your perception, your ego, and your emotional conflict, which somehow, throws you into a judgment, whether it's right or wrong, black and white, but how to really come to the middle path of equanimity, that is the, ultimate goal of the meditation and what the Dharma teaches, the Buddha Dharma. So as a chaplain and a meditation instructor in the hospital, what I am so rewarded by is the feedback and the benefit that the patients have obtained from the continuous patient and the diligently bringing them into the path, without any kind of a financial or material gains, not just purely as an offering. So that is and then one thing, I also participated as a research therapist, for conducting a research within the veterans who have struggle with the trauma from the wars and the moral injury, where the research is how the spirituality and the meditation has an effect on the mental health, who have such a an issue with the moral injury and the trauma. And in order to do that research, I had to participate in the study that is called the cognitively based compassionate training, which is the balance of ancient contemplative traditions, mostly from the mind training aspect of the Buddhism, such as the enlightenment attitude in aspiration and love and compassion, and then how neurologically and psychologically it is, transforming and changing your attitude and perception, and instead of your own experience. So here now, what I'm speaking is merging of the modern science and the ancient contemplative tradition, particularly the Mahayana philosophy of bodhicitta, the love and compassion, and the middle path. So this is, a new kind of a contribution to the, like mental health and the well-being of humanities, like whether you are Eastern or Western, but now, how to approach the material science and the, like philosophy and the meditative, that is the inner science, the science of the mind, which Dharma or Buddhism is, like having a profound authority, like much more than the modern science and the psychologists, has yet, matured to,
Thank you. Thank you for that, because it helps us intertwine the two worlds.
Exactly.
We have scientists wanting to understand how people go into meditation, and then the benefits of it. So they're bigger than we can imagine, because there's so many thousands of years of this teachings.
Right.
But you're here to intertwine those two worlds. So thank you for that. And then when you're ready, we can go into your presentation you've put together.
Okay. Thank you for asking those questions, which is really important, because so the Tibetan wisdom, the Tibet is a very ancient culture and a civilization, and which is on the top of the world, roof of the world, until the last this century. Tibet has been obscured, mysterious, because it has been protected by the Himalayas and the mountains, and when the whole world was going through World War I and II and the Industrial Revolution, the Tibet remained very preserved in the spiritual culture and the ancient culture that has been existing for thousands of years without being disturbed and influenced by the global changing through war, through World War and the Industrial Revolution. And then, of course, when the capitalism in the West, became, the communism grew in the East, Russia, and then Tibet somehow, which was very pure and protected by the nature, became a victim to the communist invasion, which thought and believes that spirituality or religion is a poison. So they tried to destroy everything that Tibetans have for centuries and for thousands, cultivated and preserved, and in the many different forms of monasteries and scriptures and the ordinations. But the truth is that truth never really can be captured or destroyed, because that is what the Dharma is. What is that? The pure path to enlightenment, or the answer to the quest of delusion and the attachment and aversion, which Tibetans, as early as the 4th century, had that kind of a leaning and inclination to, seek and absorb and preserve. And therefore, even though the Tibetan culture and civilization had another spiritual tradition, such as shamanistic and animistic, which is called the Burn tradition, yet the Tibetan kings, who somehow had connection to the Buddha Dharma, the teachings of the Buddha, brought in masters and teachers from India, and then, like established the Dharma and made it into a national spiritual path, which was flourishing. And what is in the Dharma now? What is in the teachings of the, Buddha that has been preserved and which is lost in India due to many invasions from the Muslim and other invaders, but what was brought into Tibet, and every words of the teachings of the Buddha that are found within 105 volumes and the 250 some kind of volumes of commentary on that are kept in Tibet till to the present day, which the rest of the world has lost many sacred and ancient teachings. Fortunately, Tibetans having the farsightedness and the altruistic motivation to preserve and practice these things for the benefit of the mankind or humanity or a sentient being, which now, when it came out of the Tibet, after the invasion of Tibet by communist China, when the Dalai Lama and all the prominent teachers of the different schools of Tibetan Buddhism somehow, not by coincidence, but by divine design, they managed to escape into the free country of India and Nepal. And then with the development of hippie movements and the Western, travelers seeking spiritual experiences in a different country, encountered Tibetan Buddhism while they were traveling to India or Nepal, which brought them direct contact with the Tibetan masters and the practitioner, and had the ability to study what it is really. Before that, since there was a very little exposure to Tibet and the culture and the spirituality, there were many misconceptions or misinterpretations. Some of the Jesuit missionaries who went to Tibet, even though they realized, as far as the 18th century, even though they saw the depth and the beauty and profoundness of the Dharma, yet due to not believing in the God, they thought it is being cursed by devil. And others, when they thought Buddhism talks only about the sufferings, it's such a pessimistic and hopeless religion. Yet then, before the before Tibet was completely occupied by Chinese, few handful of American and European explorers or spiritual seekers managed to enter into Tibet and had the first-hand experience of a profound depth of the philosophy and the systematic methods that are there in practicing it, and then the result and the experience that are obtained from the practice. They were really there were many, not many, few handful of them, such as Madame Alexander David Neil from France, and then Anandakari Govinda, Australian origin man. And then there was another American man, who has a book called The White Lama, Bernard Thieu or somebody that was before the Second World War, or when the Tibet was not occupied by Chinese. So they had some good, true understanding and their interpretation, because they were practicing themselves. And then in the early 50s, one important publication of a Tibetan Buddhism called On the Tibetan Book of Death and came out, which somehow drew attention from not only from spiritual seekers, but even the psychologists like Carl Jung. Anyway, so this is what Tibetan had was the Dharma, and the way of way to the path to reach enlightenment. The whole purpose of practicing Buddhism or a Dharma, so to say, the ultimate goal is to reach enlightenment, because that enlightenment is called the awakening to the reality, and which is a recognition of the true nature of your own mind, or a true nature of the phenomena, which is your own perception, and that true nature, what we call it in the Buddhist language, is called the Buddha nature. That is within all sentient beings, equally in quality, quantity, and size. Only difference between those who are enlightened or awakened and unawakened is obscuration and the defilement within which we are somehow covered. And the path of the Dharma and the practice of Dharma is to remove, and a method to remove and purify that, so that eventually you recognize your true nature, the Buddha within, that awaken, which is within all sentient beings, not only in the human being, but the human beings, those who are particularly very karmically very fortunate and possessing all the favorable conditions and the leisure, have more direct opportunity and the capacity to awaken and recognize it quicker. So the path of the Dharma, whatever it is, meditation or chanting of a mantra, they are all tools and methods skillfully presented by the enlightened masters, by knowing the different potential and the predisposition and the capacity of individual beings. So that is what Dharma, which is preserved in Tibet. And the Tibetan Buddhism, even though the Buddhism is prevalent in many countries, but the uniqueness of the Tibetan Buddhism is a combination of the three very important elements, so-called the moral ethical discipline, which helps you to, keep oneself more peaceful and protected from impulses and the habits that brings suffering to yourself and others. In other words, it really, helps you to overcome your attachment. And then you have another mind training, which helps you to overcome all your conflicting emotion and disturbing thoughts, particularly such as anger and hate. That is aversion. And that when you have overcome that kind of a negativity of attachment and aversion, you have actually directly or indirectly engaging in love and compassion. And not knowing that love and compassion is the path to freedom and the liberation for your own misery and fear and danger to others, that unknowingness is called the delusional ignorance. So the Dharma teaching, what Buddha explained and taught, is to overcome these three root poison: the ignorance, not knowing, therefore impulsively and habitually indulging in attachment and aversion, but mindfully knowing consciously with a pure awareness, transforming and disciplining your mind, training the mind to that way, so that your attachment is turned into compassion, love, and your aversion is transformed into compassion. And that is the path of liberation there. So fundamentally speaking, the wisdom that is there in the Dharma teaching and the practices, having listened and read to the truth, what is called the relative truth and absolute truth, the Four Noble Truths, such as the truth of the suffering, truth of the origin of the suffering, truth of the cessation of the suffering, and the truth to the path that leads to the cessation. And that is, by then reflecting on that and then practicing the meditation can, bring you the recognition of your true nature, the Buddha within. And so that is what in the Dharma teaching is, which is not really new, like in all other traditions, whether indigenous tradition, and many other spiritual paths and all the religion teach about to be loving and to be kind. But the uniqueness of the Buddhism or a Dharma is how to really train your mind so that your mind is like a beyond getting stuck there with your perception, because the perception and the realities are the two different things. Because we perceive according to our own projection, our state of mind, which is rooted with the emotions and the concept. So when we are free from the conceptual interpretation and the emotional kind of engagement, then the reality is different. So the ultimate nature of the mind is what the Buddha, taught. And the Padmasambhava now, which comes to the, next question is, Padmasambhava was a great Indian master, who legend says that he was born a decade after or Buddha's passing away. And Buddha prophesied that after his passing away, there will be another enlightened master who will bring and explain and expose the Dharma in a different level, at a different height, which it means bringing it into an esoteric approach of a Tantra. So Padmasambhava was born in India miraculously. The common legend is that he is miraculously born out of a lotus. Of course, there are another version that he had father and mother like that. But commonly, he is attributed and recognized for that miraculous existence out of a lotus. And he lived and practiced and studied in India, in the Indian continent. And then in the 8th century, the king of Tibet, the emperor of Tibet called Trisong Detsen, he invited Padmasambhava to come to Tibet. Before Padmasambhava was invited, the great master from Nalanda, one of the only international university existing in India in those days called Nalanda, where not only Buddhists, but all kind of a study, educations were taught there. So there was a great master called Shankarakshita, who was a scholar and philosopher and a monastic. The king also invited him, but he faced a lot of challenges in Tibet with the nature, with the other, spirits or other forces to peacefully plant the Dharma. So he suggested that Padmasambhava be invited, who is not only learned and scholar, but he had a power to dominate and subdue and transform negative force into a ally. So Padmasambhava was invited to Tibet, and then with his supervision and the support from the emperor and the great abbot, the scholar Shankarakshita, they established the monastic institution where they ordained first group of Tibetan monks and then translated all the words of Buddha into Tibetan, and it became a huge project, and the commentary on it. Altogether, more than 300 or 400 volumes of teachings, complete teachings of the Buddha are translated into Tibetan language. And that's a huge project for many years, like where great brilliant mind of the Tibetan, who knew many languages, like put together. So that is now the treasure that we have, which really explains and deepens the understanding of the mind, our emotions and our thought and our own perception. And this, fortunately now, the same book, the words of the Buddha, 184,000 Dharma, is now being translated into English under a supervision of a Tibetan Lama called Dzongsa Khenze, and with great many scholars from all over the world. Now, within the last 60 years, Buddhism has become quite popular in the Western world and all over the world. Not only like a lot of Dharma centers and meditation centers have spread, but the university teaches, on these subjects. And now the projects like the translation of the words of the Buddha from Tibetan into English have already started, and a lot of volumes have been already translated, which now gives so much of access for seekers to go beyond the boundary of Judeo-Christian like a mindset, or because it is now global. Because when you start to think out of the box, you start to develop, the equanimity, openness of the mind, which is what the liberation is. Where there's a peace, where there's a freedom, which in Buddhist language is called Dharmakaya, the truth body. And out of that truth body, the joyful energy spontaneously manifests, and then it can be manifested into forms like a human, so the Tibetan Buddhist or Buddhist idea of reincarnated lamas or avatars, are the manifestation of the truth body, which emits the joyful energy impartially. Then according to the karmic disposition and the time and the situation, physically manifested, enlightened activities come in many different forms. So in the tradition of the Bodhisattva, one Bodhisattva can manifest into 1,000 different forms at 1,000 different times, for example. So all those masters from different traditions, different schools, different faith, who genuinely, sincerely contribute to the well-being of the human beings or sentient beings, are all considered from the Mahayana point of view a bodhisattva activity. So the Padmasambhava, as a Buddha emanated and manifested in that form, came to Tibet. Before he came to Tibet, he lived in India and did incredible amount of Dharma activities to bring enlightenment to the sentient beings. Then he spent, after coming to Tibet and being a royal guest and the teacher, so he is called Guru Rinpoche in Tibetan word, which means the precious teacher, and the precious Lama. The Guru is an Indian Sanskrit term, which in Tibetan would be translated as a Lama. and which in English would be understood as now many different levels. Like the teacher or guru has many different levels according to your own predisposition. Those who approach the Dharma or a spiritual path out of fear, because you fear of sickness, misfortune, and calamity, and need protection. Like you can have your own teacher or guru or who symbolizes a spiritual source. Then those who have need, like longing for wealth or this and that, peace and happiness and joy, and then to seek. Of course, you use your intelligence and the other resources, but not always your intelligent resources provide security and protection. So you have your own spiritual gurus or deities who are manifestation of your guru, to approach. Then there are who approach the Dharma or spiritual path out of being inspired and having, because the examples they have seen, results they have really noticed, and they are being inspired and motivated, out of pure aspiration. And then they approach the Dharma, and accordingly, there are teachers who help you on that path. Then ultimately, there are individuals who approach the Dharma out of being fully convinced the truth and the reality in it. And in that way, you have a teacher to really, convince you and inspire you and hold you in that. So in other words, there are three different levels of Lama. First is a human Lama, who is a master and teacher, who is on the path himself or herself. And that, of course, being doesn't last because they are human. They die or they get separated, like that. But what is the next level of Lama is the teachings, the truth that is beyond death, beyond decay. That is the second category of Lama. And the most and the important and the ultimate Lama is your own mind. Your own mind, your wisdom mind. And one who really introduced you to that wisdom mind, the nature of the mind, is called the root Lama. It can be anybody whom you have personal connection, whom you have sincere, loving, kind, unconditional relationship, which is based on the skillful method and the kindness. So these are the different meanings and understanding of Lama, and according to your own level and the intensity and the distance you have covered in your journey, you have your guide, your guidance, and that is called the Lama. And ultimately, your real guide is your own mind, the wisdom mind, the mind which is free from delusion or a conceptual distortion, like fabrication, and which is, obtained through the calmness of the mind and the clarity that one experiences with the meditation. So that is how one can explain the meaning of Lama and the who Padmasambhava, who taught the Dharma, and brought the Dharma to Tibet. And the mantras now is a practice, particularly in the Vajrayana tradition. Those who are really interested in the practice of a mantra, of course, one can practice mantra according. Now, in the Tantra, there are 4 classifications of Tantra, different levels of tantric practice. where you have a divinity and a mantra. And in the lower category of Tantra, you will visualize the divinity, whether be it Padmasambhava or a Tara or a Avalokiteshvara, all different kind of divinities, which are manifestation of enlightened activity in physical human form or a non-human, pure like a energy form, so each one of these divinity, the path of the practicing, the Tantra has deity, which is ultimately it's the embodiment and the manifestation of the ultimate truth. But according to individual sentient beings, their karmic disposition and need, they have a different affiliation to different aspect. Like so. So you have mantras, and practicing mantra is done out of the same thing, out of fear, out of hope, out of aspiration, out of ultimate being convinced the truth. Okay. So those who are like fearing danger and unpleasant thing and wishing to be protected, the compassionate Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas manifest in different form of divinities and have mantras. For example, the mantra practice of a Padmasambhava or a Tara or Avalokiteshvara. If you are residing out of a fear of a danger and threat and unpleasant, and have faith in this kind of a divinity and the divine power, you can visualize the divine energy above you in any form that you have conceived in different iconographic representation, like according to different culture and like that. And then the mantra are there in different languages, what mantras that are common in the Buddhism are mostly, and all of them are in Sanskrit, because that was language which, in which all the ancient literatures were really preserved. So you learn the mantra and visualize the divinity and then repeat the mantra. And then ask for what you are longing and wishing, like protection, and feel convinced and, that you are protected, you are, guided, in that way, you are not always living in fear and hopelessness. Then according to your karmic disposition and your, things can manifest and have the result, except 4 things that cannot be cured, such as the, you cannot reverse aging, you cannot bring the dead back to life, and you cannot really make your lost limbs to grow back, and when your time has come, you have to go. Other than that, things can happen, and then keeping the trust and hope, that is one meaning of practicing either meditation or mantra. Then, that is to protect you from the fear. Then also in the same way to grant your wishes, to fulfill your needs. That is the common human approach. Now those who have transcended this kind of emotion and the psychological and the conditional need, those who are seeking inner peace by knowing that physical and emotional things are transcend anyhow. Whether you are young or old or rich or poor, king or queen or beggar, you have to really go through these things. But what it really matters is like an inner confidence and the peace which is beyond hope and doubt. And for that, practicing mantra and visualization and being in meditation to have that kind of a balance, inner serenity, which is the beauty of being, enveloped with the spiritual path or your divinity, like, and which allows you to be fearless against death and without doubt, like you are always in a calm and present mind, like, and that is a higher level of practitioner. And then the highest practitioner is those who merge themselves. Their own consciousness is inseparable with the wisdom of all the divine Buddhas, like, and resting in the equanimity and training oneself to really recognize and ultimately become one in the ultimate truth. So these are the mantras practice and how one does, And as far as the mantra of Padmasambhava and the Tara are concerned, like the mantra of a Padmasambhava is called, it is recited like that. Om Ah Hum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om Ah Hum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om Ah Hum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. And it has enormous meaning and the depth in it. But just a simple, direct approach to the meaning of the Om Ah Hum is the body, speech, and mind of the enlightened being. Your body, speech, and mind is transformed by the enlightened body, enlightened mind, and enlightened speech. And Vajra is, in Sanskrit, it's called Vajra, which means indestructible. Like that is when you recite the word, that sound mantra, it is the antidote against our negativity and defilement of aggression and anger, like, and all the negative karma that are accumulated through that. The Vajra helps you to transform that and purify that. Guru is, in Sanskrit, means the teacher, the ultimate, like a source of compassion. And by that word, it transforms your negative or affliction of pride and arrogance and the negativity and bad karma accumulated from that. And the Padma is a lotus, which symbolizes purity. It's the antidote against the defilement of attachment, desire, and lust and greed, self-possessiveness, like, and the negative karma that are accumulated through excessive of that. Like. And the siddhi is a Sanskrit word for accomplishment, or a boon or a blessing. It's an antidote against the affliction of envy and jealousy that we torment ourselves and then have a, like a negative projection to others, like, and the conflict that are caused by that. And the hum, the last syllable, hum, is like antidote against overall ignorance, unknowing state of mind. And when you recite these mantras, now, of course, you just cannot recite that just like
Lama Tsering,
yeah.
can I ask you to, if it's possible for you to write it into the message, and then we can recite it with you?
Okay, mantra?
The yes, the Padmasambhava mantra.
Okay, I will write down. Yeah. Okay, Om Ah Hum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. So this is the mantra. So this is a Vajrayana mantra practice, and particularly related to Padmasambhava, who is for Tibetan, even though the Buddha was the enlightened being and taught the Dharma, but since Buddha did not appear in Tibet, the Padmasambhava is equal to Buddha to the Tibetans, and who brought the Dharma and taught the Dharma and the teachings that are, still existing and shared to the wide world, for overcoming inner conflict and disturbing thoughts that creates war, famine, disease within the human being, and also destroys the ecological, and then all the sentient beings, the animals, creatures that are all part of this universe, which have reason to coexist, for mutual benefits.
Lama Stein, I don't think we can just, I think you wrote it in the chat.
Where is?
Did it show on your end?
Okay. I wrote in the chat. Where should I write?
Yeah, in the chat was fine.
Maybe you didn't hit the enter key, so hit
Okay,
enter.
I will enter. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
there it is.
Yeah. All right. So this is what the mantra sounds like. And then I gave you one simple, direct meaning of the mantra and the benefit that are there.
Mm-hmm.
So when in the most skillful method of the Vajrayana practice, it's something that is beyond a skeptical thinking. Of course, we humans like to think and think chronologically and linear. It has to have a beginning and end, and then it has to have all this kind of a structure. But practicing Tantra and the Vajrayana is already coming from the unconditional space of non-duality, and with the mind that is inspired and motivated with love and compassion for the benefit of sentient being, and inseparable and unflinching understanding and knowing the true truth, the relative truth and the absolute truth, the relative truth that appears and manifests, and the ultimate truth, which is interdependent origination without having its own conditional existing independent nature So that when we have that view, ultimate view of interdependent origination, the emptiness, and then the relative bodhicitta of love and compassion, then the practice of Vajrayana, such as visualizing Padmasambhava or Tara or Avalokiteshvara, and repeating and reciting the mantra 100 times a day, 1,000 times a day, whatever amount of the time, but dedicating it at the end can become your own practice. And through that practice, when you have practiced it with all these criterions, then you will see and realize and experience the benefit. So as this is just an introduction and it's not an instruction, it is just introducing. So, I would not, if you like to repeat the mantra together, we can do it, if not, I just, it is there.
Yeah, I think if we can repeat a couple times with you and let it sit in, and then I will have some questions for you after.
Okay, yeah. So when in the traditional setting, of course you can get the mantra from Google and YouTube and all those things, but those who are really interested in practicing, it is always suggested that you ask for it and then you get it. You request for it and then you are being offered it. And then offering is like a, the one whoever has the transmission of that mantra from his or her teacher, which goes back to the Padmasambhava, utters the mantra, and with the life force, like not computer or not mechanical, somebody alive, somebody feeling, somebody with the love and compassion and faith and beneficial attitude utters the mantra. And then whoever is wishing to receive it and practice it for whatever reason that I explained, like 4 different reasons and purposes, and receives it, like takes it, like not out of like duress or a force, but you asked, you wanted, and you are given generously, compassionately, and that is, then you are getting the transmission of the mantra, which you now can also transmit it to the next, whoever is going through the same pure aspiration, motivation, confidence, and dedication. So for those who are interested in the receiving the transmission, I will like do the thing. Before repeating the mantra, I will invoke the Padmasambhava. Ugyen yuge no janjan pema kesa dombola yanten choki mudu ye pema june sheso to kato kando mombeko. Kegi jeso dato je jenge la je sheso so guru pema sede mu te sum sangyen guru rumbo je mudu kono dewa chende shap. Orje kunzen de taben zo so wa deso jenge la do so china sangwe pa je shiwa tan sambal denke do jenge lo. Please repeat. Om A Hum Vajra Guru
Guru,
Padma
Padma,
Siddhi
Siddhi,
Hum.
Hong.
Om A
Om A,
Hum
Hong,
Vajra
Vajra,
Guru
Guru,
Padma
Padma,
Siddhi
Siddhi,
Hum. Om A Hum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. So in that way, you have now like heard it from a living person, and you repeat it. You repeated the same mantra as a living person, with the breath, like so it has become now real, like not just like of course you can hear it in the wind, like through your like, but now intentionally, with the right motivation, in the same spirit, within the same like realm, we now met the sound eternal, which can go on and on, like as long as the space endures, as long as the sentient beings exist within, as long as there's a consciousness, as long as there is a voice, word, there the mantra and the meaning and the blessing exists. And whoever can use it with love and compassion, with the faith and confidence one has, and the Padmasambhava says, whoever has a faith in him and confidence and devotion, he is always there, like the earth, like the space, like the mind. As soon as you think of him in your mind, he is there in your mind. As soon as, yeah, okay.
I wanted to say that this mantra really creates like a ripple effect. And that was going to be my next question.
Yes, please.
Here you are giving us all these beautiful teachings and different examples of practices. But this mantra, when we use it, we create a different frequency around us. And you share this beautiful light with us already. I know the first day we had your interview, we were taken back. We're like, whoa, we feel that, because you have put into practice so many years these teachings, these mantras. And can you talk a little bit about how it's so how we individually are so powerful to shift this energy or to share this beautiful frequency outwards to ripple out into
Stein, I just wanted to say that our time is almost up because we need to have the next guest lined up with you.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So some other time, like, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Like, thank you for the honor of sharing this, like whatever I am exposed to. Yeah.
Yes, and like you said, someone met you and invited you to Peru, and so you became one of the elders there, and they brought you back to us, and so that's just such a beautiful connection to the I am
Yes,
yosoy family,
yeah.
and it's really nice to see the teachings that you have brought with you and you're sharing and what you're doing with the hospital, what you're doing with the veterans. I'm very thankful to you for everything that you service and for your time and putting this together. If you guys have any information that you didn't get today, or there's anything you would like to know more, the Lamasery does have a website. He does have his contact information on our website, the Yosoy Shasta Soul. So you can find him there. And thank you again. We also will be going into an intermission where we have many of our solstice family members and people from our team that will be sharing a message of closing this very first health summit. So this was important to us to have you, and we have Peter Mount Shasta as the two individuals that will help us close this event. It's our first time doing it, and it's been great. We've heard nothing but beautiful, beautiful stuff. So thank you so much. And when you're ready, we can go into our intermission.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am feeling so held.
Hi, everybody. Joyful Sun here. Behind me is a small piece of Silicon Valley. This is where I live in California. I wanted to take this time to thank you all for joining us in this very first Health Summit. And please look forward to the next summit, which will likely be sometime in the spring of 2024. I also wanted to take this time to thank the Held team, because without them, none of this would have come to life. I'm not a tech person, not a musician, not a video person, none of that. So it's really the Held team, and you as you've seen their videos, it's really the Held team that made it all happen. And you for coming over to participate as speakers, and you coming to participate as attendees, and being open to what we have to share, and think about what it is that you want to share. And if you want to share something, and if it fits with whatever our guides tell us to do for next summit, then we'll contact you. I also wanted to take this opportunity to say that our name is Yosoy, which means I am in Spanish, but you don't need to follow any path. You don't need to believe in any particular ideology. You just be you just be human, and that's what this is all about, is for us to be joyful in our being human, and being a part of this big, beautiful planet called Earth, and that we support each other as we thrive in this beautiful planet called Earth. So thank you again, and we'll see you next time. Ta-ta for now.
Hi everyone, this is Jesse. I live in the greater LA area. I want to thank all the HELD team members. Thank you to Susan in particular for being the anchor for this project, for having the vision, for setting forth the momentum. To all the HELD team, including Susan, thank you very much for the time, the energy, the heart and soul that you literally poured into this project. It has been a sincere honor and a privilege to have worked with you in any capacity. It is also my sincere hope that any of the speakers and anybody who listens receives the maximum benefit. This was truly an offering for the greater planetary evolution, for anyone in all communities. I know this is the beginning of a lot more, not only for the HELD team, but for anyone who takes an inspiration from this project to make your own project. Know that you are held, you are always held in all capacities by seen and unseen forces. All my love is with you, and as Susan says in her videos, ta-ta for now.
Greetings, Soul Family. My name is Luna Ross Starshine, and I'm super honored to greet you today with this beautiful setting, Sedona, Arizona, where I get to live and play around every day. This is the beautiful Bell Rock and courthouse behind me. And so just enjoying another lovely day here in nature. And I wanted to send this message out to just send my love and appreciation to all of you for supporting this summit, and for Susan for sparking the idea. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for asking me to be a part of it. Thank you to Yvonne for inviting me to co-write the song with you for the HELD Summit. So we had the beautiful opportunity of writing the song, and I got to sing it, and so it opened the HELD Summit, so you got to hear my voice every time. So I'm really honored and grateful to have shared that way. We wrote the song after 1 or 2 phone calls, and just went for it on with that simple recording that I did on my iPhone. So thank you all for receiving that and enjoying that from my heart to yours. And just want to remind everyone that you are held by nature. Nature is our guide. Nature is always speaking to us. So remember to listen to the subtle sounds of nature and to really immerse yourself in nature. Always reminded that we are always held by the cosmos, by the sun and the moon and the earth and all the life on planet Earth. So just sending that vibration out into the world. Come visit me here in Sedona, Arizona anytime, or I hope to see you next year at Mount Shasta. Much love.
Hi, yosoy family. Happy to be with you. What a beautiful summit. Susan, you're amazing. As I told you, you're an angel, and you are activating us one after the other. Yuling and Zahira and Jesse and Veronica, what an amazing job you did behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. Love you, and I'm really appreciative of you putting me into this adventure with you, talking to you from Greece, the beautiful Greece, that inspired me for this song after Susan had poked me and told me, why don't you create the music? And I was like, yes, and I don't know how to create music. It was my first attempt. And I started downloading this music and hearing, held, 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 we are held. And I think it's a great helper for me right now to remember how much we are held and to remember our true nature and who we are born to be. With the beautiful voice of Luna, I repeat it, and it has been a very beautiful reminder for me that we are all held, even in these very difficult situations that the world is going through. Love you all, and I hope you always feel held.
Hi everybody. We've had a great time in this summit, and it's been 4 weeks of wonderful sharing. It's been fantastic to be a part of it. And I'm excited for this red, for this network to continue to grow and interlock and interlace in all the ways that it has to. I'm bidding you goodbye from the area of the south of Spain and wishing you all a lot of love. Bye.
Hello, everyone. As this incredible summit ends, my deep gratitude goes to all the speakers for generously sharing their knowledge and wisdom, to our hosts, Zaira and Jesse, as well as the unseen forces working behind the scenes. My deep admirations to Susan because she got the call for this summit and she lit up our path. And I thank every member of Shasta Group, which I proudly belong to. More than one speaker mentioned that each one of us is a unique expression of the divine, and together we create a symphony of spiritual harmony. Based on that, I ask you to take a moment of reflection and deeply implore you not to forget that right at this moment, that symphony is in danger, is bleeding, as many lives are being lost in more than one conflict around the world. For the last 2 years, the world has been facing more than one war. And wars are awful for everyone, but are worse for the elderly, for women, and especially for children. For them, our solidarity means a lot, and a lot we can do to show wisdom and courage and stand up for the right to live in peace and unite our voices to the calls to stop this cruelty. Close to 20,000 people have been killed in Gaza in a little over a month. 7,000 are children and 4,000 women. We could be them in the near future if this genocide continues. May the blessing of the universe guide us to find and speak the truth without excuses, and our spiritual journey be filled with love, wisdom, and solidarity. Thank you all.
I'm sending a huge virtual hug to each and every one of you. We left Mount Shasta knowing we had a duty to pay for it. Many times we have these beautiful experiences, we leave excited, wanting to do something, but the moment we get into our daily routines, it can easily and quickly fade away. I know that I am, and I know many of us are happy that Susan did not ignore her inner guidance and orchestrated this vision into reality. It has been such a pleasure co-creating this golden era together. We as a team have put to practice what represents a system of autocracy. Everyone involved has been valued for their strength, ideas, creativity, and especially their truth. We all hold a vision of a unified world. We came to change this world, and now we know that change comes from within. So I want to thank each and every speaker for taking their time, pouring in effort and love into this project, showing us many different practices that we can easily incorporate into our daily lives to help us stay centered. As we continue to strengthen our connection to the I Am presence, and we continue to create these supportive communities, we will soon see the manifestation. I know I have been able to see that already. And thank you everyone for showing their love and support to me. When things get a little tough, we have each other, and we will strengthen that and grow in numbers. I hope that the Health Summit can encourage you to continue. And also remember, you have to have fun doing it. So we can only envision what the next summits will be like. If you have any questions and want to join, go onto the website and create with us, co-create this new golden era. Thank you so much, and my gratitude and love to you all.
Eons passed and we forgot our names, lost in the times, wondering what we missed. And now we've come of age, and we can turn the page, discovering our sacred sound. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are bound by nothing, yet held by everything. Remember, you are held, you are held, you are held, you are held. Oh, you are held like the stars in the sky, held like the mother you are held. We are held like the stars in the sky, held like divine mother held. As the feeling moves through me, I remember who I was born to be. Looking out at this radiant sea, I can finally see everything is connected, everything is held. We are held. We are held by the loving embrace, held like the stars in place. We are held. And through this magical invisible web, it holds all things together. Our guides and ancestors are beaming us now with truth and with information. We must remember our destination. We are held like a star. This is the story of our ascension. We've walked through every dimension, falling stars through eternity. This is our true destiny. We are held, we are held, we are held, we
Okay, this is an honor, a privilege, and it's so very exciting to me that people would get to know Peter Mount Shasta. Thank you, Peter, for again opening yourself up to us. And before I introduce you for everything that you are, I wanted to recap how we came to come across Peter. So 2 weeks prior to going to Mount Shasta, I wanted to dive in a little deeper within myself. And when you ask, you're given, right? And somehow I found Peter Mount Shasta's work from YouTube. And I found YouTube videos that were about 14 years old or so. And I thought, oh my God, this is so great. And he's from Mount Shasta. I live so close. So I got super excited. Eventually, I found that he had a website, and I thought, oh, I don't know if he'll ever message me back, but I messaged him, and he opened up his house to not only me, but eventually to all 13 of us. So I want to say thank you so much for that, because it created it opened up to us to something else. And then here we are in this health summit, kind of, you know, we took the information and, you know, Susan said, okay, we're going to make this happen. The vision that we saw in Shasta, we have to bring it to reality, right? So you were part of that magic with us, and here you are again. So thank you for coming. And Peter, I wanted you to give us a little bit of background of your beginning stages of your path, because it will help a lot of us almost relate to you. And at one point, we're going to stop the looking for that guru and find that guru within. So if you can guide us through your life history.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank all of you that have made this possible. So, yeah, what's very funny, well, you showed all these pictures of me during my life in different places. And it's like, wow, I didn't realize I've been around that long doing all those things. And what's interesting is I started out as an atheist, even though when I was a baby, I could see people's past lives and auras and things. I didn't think of that as God. The word God was alien to me. And even when I was 5 years old, some being appeared to me and taught me to meditate. Still, that being never used the word God. That being just said, this will help pass the time, because 5-year-old little boy, you know, wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and my mother didn't want me to wake her up until 7. So I would meditate just to pass the time. But somehow 2 hours would be gone just like that. So that was my introduction to meditation. But I didn't meditate to have any particular experience. This being just said, do this. And I was told to focus on the sound that I heard within myself, which turns out later to be a whole branch of yoga in India called Shabda Yoga. But so I would say I was actually, you know, an atheist probably till the age of about 21 or 22. I hear about God, and in fact, my mother would take me to church, and I would say, God, if you're real, please show me. And God never appeared to me. And people would say, pray to God for what you want. And I would not get what I wanted, you know. Actually, Santa Claus was sort of my God, because I would pray to Santa Claus and I would get what I wanted, you know. But then I learned Santa Claus is not real, so Santa Claus disappeared. But I still did not experience any being by the name of God until many years later, I actually saw God. I'm skipping a lot of territory here.
Oh,
but,
no, that's...
So there's a picture behind me on the wall, which is called the I Am Presence, that this was done by a woman, made a camera for Godfrey Ray King, who started the St. Germain Foundation in the I Am activity. And I saw that picture when I came to Mount Shasta. You see it around quite a bit. It shows the human self at the bottom and then the God self at the top. And I thought, yeah, there's a picture. This was done by a man by the name of Amorea, very beautiful being. And he put a woman for a change as the lower figure. And then her, like would be called higher mental body. That's like the body you go out and when you dream at night, you go out in another body. And then you have a Christ self even higher. But then beyond that, there's this ball of light, which we call the I Am Presence. In India, it would be called the Atman. So anyway, I thought, well, they say this is your higher self. And I thought that's just
Peter, I want to interrupt you because I found so much value in your beginning stages of being in New York, living that cosmopolitan life, and eventually starting to hear the callings to go to India. Or I think you found Ram Dass information, and it kind of did something for you, and that I find it so relatable to many of us that we feel these little callings because we see in someone else, and we want to experience that. So you found Ram Dass and you headed over to India to say, okay, what is all this about? And eventually you came across the I Am teachings that are practically a worldwide thing, but just simplified in a way that the Western world will understand it. Can you share with us a little bit about?
Yeah, well, so I was living in New York City, 1969, I guess, 70. And I started at least doing hatha yoga. And I was still an atheist, but I started doing hatha yoga just for my health. Living in the city, I want to stay healthy. Well, right in the very first class, I felt energy in my body. And I said, wow, there's something beyond the physical, So I left that first class and I went to Metaphysical Bookstore and I said, what's your best book on yoga? And they gave me this book about Ramakrishna, and right away it's like a light went off. Something, I guess then I was ready for it, And so then there's all this talk about samadhi and, overcoming the ego and all this. It was like someone opened a door, but I still didn't really have the experience of God. At least I knew there was prana, this God energy in the body. But I did hear the word enlightenment. And then Ram Dass, I heard him talk, and here was a Harvard professor, a scientist, a psychotherapist. And as he was talking about his experience, he and Timothy Leary took LSD and they experienced other realities, and Ram Dass wanted to find out if there was a way to have that experience naturally. So he heard about the yogis in India, went to India, and to make a long story short, he met this yogi. This is Neem Karoli Baba. And as Ram Dass was talking, Neem Karoli Baba knew all about him, who he was, why he was there, knew about his mother and all that. And Ram Dass really had his heart opened, and Neem Karoli Baba took a massive dose of LSD and it didn't affect him because he was already there in that consciousness. And as I was listening, I saw a map of the world and a beam of light came from Neem Karoli Baba and hit me in the third eye. And I heard him say, come visit me. So pretty soon I was on a plane and I was in India. And I managed to find Neem Karoli Baba. And it's kind of a long adventure story, but Lama Tsering talked about the role of the guru, and it's not what we always expect. So Ram Dass got one treatment, it was like meeting a loving father who knew all about him and would pat him on the head and say, good boy, and I love you, and things like that. With me, he mostly ignored me. In fact, one time he threatened me with a rock, And then I asked him who my guru was because I felt he wasn't my guru. And he said, Jesus Christ is your guru. And I went, what? I didn't come all the way to India, to the Himalayas, to hear that my guru was in my church back home. You know what I mean? And I had prayed to Jesus before and not really felt anything. So anyway, I left Neem Karoli Baba, and I met many yogis that could do amazing things. Some of these yogis that I stayed with did not age, they did not eat. They would cook for me once or twice a week, but they didn't eat, But they knew some of them could even precipitate the food, like they knew what I wanted to eat. They waved their hand and there would be a meal in front of me, steaming hot, even though they didn't have a fire going. So, but then I'd say, okay, you must be my guru, but they were silent. They didn't talk, So then I wandered around India, and I eventually met Anandamayi Mai on the street in Jagannath Puri. And she did this namaste to me, which means the God in me greets the God in you. But, I wrote about this in my first book, Search for the Guru. But when she looked at me, I knew she was seeing God in me. And it was one of the most beautiful experiences I ever had, because I said, wow, she's seeing something in me I've not been in touch with. So I went home, and I went back to the house in Jagannath Puri that I was sharing with other people. I went up on the roof, and for 3 days I meditated there. I said, I want to see in myself what she was seeing. And her name, Anandamayi Mai, means the bliss-permeated mother. And that's what I really felt. And that was my not only introduction to God in me, but to the Divine Mother. And I was blessed to meet her 3 times and talk with her. And it wasn't till later that I left to India, and I met my teacher, Pearl. But, I skipped around here. So
that's okay. I know enough. I've read all your books.
Yeah, okay.
I watched as many videos as I can. I know that eventually your visa expired and it sent you back to the States. You ended up in Berkeley, California, and you were kind of fed up again with, oh my gosh, I'm back into the reality of go work, get work so you can feed yourself, so you can have money for your car, whatever, all the stuff that we naturally have pressures about. Mm-hmm. And you experience something so beautiful in India. You come back again to this reality of like, oh, what do I do now? Do I have to work?
Yeah. So what happened was I've kind of combined 2 trips to India into one here, but I ended up camped. There's a being who was a musician who was with Neem Karoli Baba. His name was Jayutal, and he let me crash on his floor in Berkeley. And I was just there in Berkeley, it's a very materialistic place. And I said, what should I do now? I had to leave India because my visa was expiring. And I wanted to just live in a cave in the Himalayas, like Babaji. But Neem Karoli Baba told me to come back to the West, So anyway, I didn't want to be back here. It was very materialistic. And I said, I miss the yogis and living in the Himalayas. And I thought, why not leave my body? Like some of these yogis could leave their body, basically die when they wanted to. Of course, there is no death, that they would go to a higher plane. So I was praying for permission to leave my body. And then one morning I woke up and this ball of light came down into the room. I didn't realize at the time, but that was Saint Germain. And I heard a voice that said, go to Muir Woods and I will meet you there. So this was, like maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. So I got dressed and I got in my car. It was pouring rain. I went to Muir Woods. There was nobody there, no other cars. I understand now you can't even drive there. You have to park someplace else and you get a pass and they take you on a bus. But this is the old days. I drove right there. There were no cars in the parking lot. Who's going to go to Muir Woods in the rain anyway, So I got out, I started wandering around, and I found a big redwood tree that was hollow, that had been hollowed out by fire. And I got inside the tree to get out of the rain, and I sat down and I started doing Vipassana meditation, which is basically you meditate with your eyes open, but looking down, just observing the breath, the in-breath and the out-breath. And this slows the mind down. Your thoughts come slower and slower. And when you have a thought, you label it thought or thinking, and then you go back to observing the in-breath and the out-breath. And, the thoughts come slower and slower. You feel very relaxed. And then you say, well, who is observing the thoughts? This kind of leads to the Advaita. You realize you're the observer, and who is the observer? This goes beyond thought completely. But anyway, I was doing that practice. And again, in the back of my mind was, I want to leave my body, but this is a big step. Before I do this, I should ask for permission. And I didn't really believe that there were masters at that point. I had heard about them, but I had been immersed in the Buddhist teachings, which seemed to imply that you merge with the Buddha consciousness, that there's no self, because they always say there's no self. So I guess when you're enlightened, there's no self. What they meant was there's no ego self. Anyway, so I named all the beings that I could think of. I had been a guest at the Theosophical Society, so I knew about the Ascended Masters. But I also, named Jesus and Buddha, and then I started calling Kuan Yin and Saint Germain and so on. I named all these enlightened beings. I said, please show me if I can leave my body and help me if it's time. Well, all of a sudden, somebody materialized in front of me in a physical body, wearing jeans, looked just like somebody who'd been a hiker, about my age, in his 20s. And he didn't walk up. If he had walked up, I would have heard twigs breaking. And plus, I had my eyes open. It was just, there was nobody there. And suddenly there were 2 feet in front of me. And this being knew my name. He said, Peter, your prayer has been answered. I am the part of the Godhead that has been sent to answer your prayer. And I thought, wow, my whole life I've been praying and never had a prayer answered that I knew about. And now finally somebody's answered a prayer, but he didn't tell me his name. He said, you finished enough of your earthly karma so that you can leave your body if you want, and I will help you. And I went, great, But he said, before you give me your final decision, I want to show you something. So he touched me on the third eye and took me out of the physical body. So I'm in another body that looked just like the physical body. In fact, I looked back and I saw Peter sitting in the tree, still meditating. And this is without any drugs, or I have very few sacraments in my life, and many, many years, none, and suddenly I'm looking at my body, meditating in the tree, and this guy puts his arm around my shoulder and he took me up above the earth. And we went to this realm where beings existed as this ball of light. There was no body, just a ball of light giving these beautiful rainbow colors out into space. And there was a feeling of bliss, just absolute bliss. And I realized, I said, this is it. This is where I want to be. Thank you. And I realized that these beings were like in samadhi. There's something in India they call the day of God and the night of God. The night of God is when you're finished with all earthly experience and you just merge with Para Brahman. You know, you merge with the absolute, but you still don't totally disappear. There is still this focus of consciousness. So but there was a feeling of just tremendous bliss. And I said, thank you, this is where I want to be. But then I heard this crying coming from someplace, and it got louder and louder. It was very annoying. So finally I looked down and I saw the earth below me. It was just like the ball behind your head, this blue ball, but very small, you know. It was way down there. You know, I might have been like 20,000 miles above the earth. I don't know. The earth was just like a softball or something. And I said, what is that horrible sound? And this being was with me, said, that is the suffering of humanity. The masters hear this all the time. And if we could cry, we would. And I said, oh, I want to go back and help. And I realize now this was the Bodhisattva vow. You know, you're offered liberation, but you choose to go back. This is the choice that Kuan Yin made. And it's called the Bodhisattva vow. But so he said, you made the right choice. I want you to help me with my work. But you're going to need more training. So I want you to go to Mount Shasta, and your teacher is waiting for you in Mount Shasta. And the first person you meet in Mount Shasta will tell you what to do next. And then the next thing I know, we left this paradise, and I was back in my physical body in Muir Woods, and there was this guy standing in front of me. So by now I realize that this is not an ordinary being. So he said, now I will show you who I really am. And he took a few steps back, and in front of me, he changed into Saint Germain's, that picture that you showed a few minutes ago. And that's the picture, it's in the front of the original Unveiled Mysteries. And I recognized him from seeing the book Unveiled Mysteries at the Theosophical Society. And then he just faded out. It's kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi, you know, he just faded out and disappeared. And I was so energized, I felt like I'd been hit by lightning. You know, I got up, I went back to my car. This whole thing might have taken half an hour at the most, maybe even 15 minutes. I went back to my car. There were still no cars in the parking lot. And I headed for Mount Shasta. Now, by some miracle, I arrived in Mount Shasta in about 2 hours. So I feel I was teleported there in my car, because I got to Mount Shasta. There was a restaurant called the Breakfast House on Mount Shasta Boulevard. It's not there anymore. But people were having breakfast. And I'd say it was around 10:30 or 11 o'clock. So I might have left Muir Woods at 9, and there I was at 11. And there was a sign up in the door that said, no hippies allowed. Well, I had long hair down my back, and I was wearing my white pajamas from India, you know, the kurta. And you could have heard a pin drop, you know, don't you know, your kind of people is not supposed to be in here, you know, but the waitress was very cool. She had me sit at the counter, and people went back to eating. Well, then a young guy came up to me who was the owner of the health food store, and he said, you're supposed to meet this lady by the name of Pearl. And I said, well, I don't know. Yeah, there she is. That's on the book, the cover of the book I wrote, Lady Master Pearl. And so I went to his store and he let me use the phone. She said, come right up. So she was like in town there, and I went to her house, and there was this sweet lady, looks like a loving grandmother, you know, and she said, I've been expecting you. And I said, we've never met before. How could you be expecting me? She said, the Master Saint Germain came to me this morning and said that he was sending you to see me. And she said, come in and have a seat. And she said, what brought you here? And I told her my experience of that morning with this stranger in Muir Woods. And she said, well, who do you think that was? And I said, that was the Master Saint Germain. And she said, he's speaking to you right now. And I said, well, I don't hear anything. Would you channel what he's saying? And she said, I don't channel. The masters will not let me channel because that would weaken you. He's talking to your higher self. And when the time comes, you will know what to do, but you will perceive it as intuition. So in other words, he's actually giving you a message, but if he told your human mind, you would be all stressed out and it would be too much of a burden. Plus, he'd be interfering with your free will. So he's transmitting the essence to you, which you will get on a higher level when you need it. So this is actually a good message for people who come to Mount Shasta. They come here wanting to meet a master and have, you know, the master give them a message. But everyone who's sincere is greeted by the master on some level and given the guidance they need, even though you may not hear it through your physical ears, you know. It may be just you feel it, or it doesn't, you don't really get the message till like a month later, your life takes a different direction, but it happens naturally, you know. So that's how you become a master, is by learning to get the guidance within yourself, you know. If someone is telling you all the time what to do, you become a servant, not a master. So anyway, Pearl said, would you like to meditate? So I said, sure. So I was going to sit on the floor in lotus position, close my eyes, you know, and go like that, you know. And she said, you don't need to sit on the floor to meditate. And I said, really? She said, yes, you can meditate sitting in a chair. And I said, wow, this is new. And she said, you don't even need to close your eyes. Just let your eyes go out of focus and you can still look at me. And she said, turn your attention inward to the center of your being. Now, you can feel this because if I say, who are you? You don't point who, me, or who, me. Why do you point here? Everyone feels that the self is focused there. That's because that's where the Jyoti is. That's the sacred flame. In India, they call it the Jyoti. That's where your sacred flame is. That is the light that keeps you alive. So without that Jyoti, you would just drop dead, you know. And that Jyoti is the focus coming from the I Am presence. It sends a tube of light down through the top of your head, and it's focused right there in the center of your chest. And then from there, it goes to all the chakras, and it's sending out a signal. It's telling your heart to beat and the lungs to breathe, you know? So in a sense, God is keeping you alive at every second. And you'd be amazed what good hearing God has, you know? That you don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to go to Mount Shasta or Tibet or India, anywhere. God hears you at every second. And it doesn't matter what name you use. You can say God or Padmasambhava or Beloved I Am Presence or Brahman or whatever name you want to use. God hears you and will respond accordingly. Now, of course, for the first, 21 years of my life, I called on God and I didn't get an answer that I could perceive intellectually or in my 3D reality. But I know now that God heard me every time. And it wasn't till later I started getting a response, So anyway, after I met Pearl, I was going to say, in this meditation that we did, I was focused here, and she told me this meditation that Saint Germain gives in the first chapter in Unveiled Mysteries, which is the book Godfrey Ray King wrote. So she said, imagine there is a sun in the center of your chest, and just allow that sun to expand, and your body is not really a physical body, it's just an energy body. And then just feel, I am the sun, S-U-N, I am the Son of God. And then she said, say, I am the living light. And when I said that, I actually saw light appear in the room. And I got very excited. And she said, what's wrong? And I said, I see the light. It was like that movie, The Blues Brothers, I got hit by this beam of light. I said, I see the light. And whenever I said, I am the living light, it would come out into the room. And then I went back to looking at Pearl, and she just became this glowing being, like she almost disappeared in light. And she was seeing the same thing in me. And this was a meditation that she and I used to do over the years. I'd go up in the morning, maybe 10 minutes, sometimes an hour. We'd just sit with our eyes open, doing that meditation, feeling the sun. And I'm saying, I am the living light, sending light from my heart to your heart. And she would do the same thing. And that just strengthened that consciousness. I am the presence of the living God, So that's bringing that I am presence down actually into the physical body. And if you actually do that 100%, you attain the rainbow body. That's when you ascend. And there are lamas in Tibet who people have seen them ascend. And I studied with a Chinese lama, and he was there when his master ascended, dematerialized the physical body. All that was left on the ground was hair and fingernails and a robe, And I don't know, I think he took the robe with him, just the hair and the fingernails. And there were these radiations of these rainbow colors, but the master disappeared. So that's the ascension of the physical body. You don't need to actually do that physically. You can do it after the physical body dies, but it's a high sense of achievement and accomplishment to do that. And I could feel that. In fact, I feel it when I meditate. I feel that presence come into the body. That's kind of what we should be working on, is merging the physical body with the God presence, and that helps you get the guidance and so on. So anyway, after I met Pearl, I kept seeing that picture of the I am presence, but I still did not think it was totally real. And then one night, the first year I was in Mount Shasta, I would wake up during the night and I would see these masters talking to me, but I couldn't always hear exactly what they were saying. I'd see Saint Germain, Kutumi, El Moria, and other masters. But when I would sit up and say, would you speak a little louder? I can't hear what you're saying. They would disappear. So again, I know they were talking to my higher self. It would have been kind of stressful if they had laid this whole trip on me about this is what's going to happen in your life and so on. A lot of people say, I want a psychic to tell me what's going to happen. Well, I've had Saint Germain once told me what was going to happen for the coming year, and it was very stressful. I didn't like anything he said. So just try to know what you're supposed to do in the moment. It's kind of stressful if someone tells you, everyone wants to know, you're going to meet your twin ray and you're going to be rich and famous and all that. Well, frequently that's not what's going to happen. You want the master to say you're going to fall in love with someone and they're going to break your heart. And, people only want to be told the good stuff. So anyway, I would hear these masters, or I would see these masters by my bed. Well, one night I woke up, again, I heard someone talking to me. This happened, I think, 2 nights in a row. I heard a new voice, and I was aware there was a presence in the room. So the third night before I went to bed, I thought, I want to see who this is that's been talking to me. So again, I woke up. I'm not dreaming or sleeping or anything. I woke up, and there was this ball of light like that above me. It's slightly in front of me, but like the ceiling disappeared. There was just this dazzling light and these rainbow colors. And then there was a face and maybe shoulders there. And I said, "Who are you?" And I thought that this being was going to say, "I am a cosmic master," or something like that. It said, "I am you. I am your own God presence." And at that point, I passed out. I just collapsed on the bed. And, when I woke up in the morning, I was just blown away. I went to see Pearl and told her what happened. And that I was privileged to have seen the I am presence. The I am presence is God, So I can say, you can't tell me God does not exist. I went from being an atheist to actually seeing God and God talking to me. So when you say I am, you call that presence into action, It's like the I takes you inward and upward. If you meditate on I, who is that I? It takes you up into that. Then when you say am, it brings it out into the world. So that's how you create with that I am, or yosoy. What do you say? Yo soy el presencia del Dios, or something like that. How would you say that in Spanish? I don't
know. Yo soy la presencia de Dios. I am the presence of God.
Yeah. Now in Sanskrit, that'd be aham brahmasmi. These I am teachings are in the ancient Vedic teachings, the Sanatana Dharma, but it's pretty much been lost, And again, Buddhism says, don't think about God, just think about clearing your mind, escape from suffering, like free yourself of attachments and so on. That, they felt when you start talking about God, then people get in this whole devotional thing, and then they get back into Maya, delusion, desires, all that thing. So Buddhism attempt to help get rid of attachments and suffering, which is caused by attachments to desires and things like that. But that does not mean God does not exist. Even in Buddhism, they talk about Dharmakaya. Lama Tsering mentions the Dharmakaya body. That is not a theoretical body. That is your actual I am presence, or what they, Dharmakaya is the truth body. That is the truth of your real presence. And in advanced Vajrayana Buddhism, they invoke that God presence. After my teacher Pearl ascended, I said, well, what path should I be on now? And I heard, well, actually, this Lama, Chagdud Rinpoche, appeared to me. He said, you need more training. And he told me to go to his ashram, and I took very intensive practices there. So they were chanting like in Tibetan, and I said, I'm not getting anything out of this at all. And they also said there's no self, that you shouldn't, no permanent self, and you shouldn't say I am, because that's a delusion, because there's no I. Well, I said, I'm going to leave. I'm not getting anything out of this chanting in Tibetan. So the head of the ashram said, if you try to leave, I'm going to throw my body down in front of your car. So you cannot leave. Wow. She said, I'm going to suggest read the English translation, So the next day, I read the English translation. Well, what you do, you start out, you visualize the deity in front of you. This particular deity was Vajrasattva, red Vajrasattva. So that's the being, the God. They don't like to use the word God. They use the word deity, which means the same thing, but someone translated it as deity. So you visualize the deity. Vajrasattva, they say, is the deity that created all the other deities. Well, in my mind, that would be the I Am Presence. But anyway, so I'm trying to be a good Tibetan Buddhist now. So I'm reading the text, and you visualize this being in front of you till it becomes totally real. You have a picture of it, and you put all your energy into this being, Vajrasattva, and it comes closer to you, and then you merge with it. Now, see, in the Christian context, I found out many nuns will visualize Jesus and that they're the bride of Jesus and they merge with Jesus, you know? Or Mother Mary. It's in many different religions, but in Tibetan Buddhism, you're doing this tantric practice. Now, Tantra means just knowing that your mind is everywhere. Everything is an aspect of yourself, you know? So you invoke this aspect of Vajrasattva, then it merges with you, and lo and behold, there's the expression, I am Vajrasattva. So you are right there in the center of Vajrayana Buddhism is the I am teachings, where you are saying, I am the presence of God. And
Peter,
I know a lot of lamas don't like to hear this, and I have friends that are Tibetan Buddhists. They don't want to hear that because, you know, the Dalai Lama says Buddhism is a godless religion. We don't worship God. Well, that's because you are it. It's not outside of you. You become it, you know? But the danger here is that some people skip the meditation. Now, this is where Buddhism is very important because it gives you this meditation practice to transcend the ego. So a lot of people just jump into the I am teachings and they go around saying, I am God, I am God, I am God. Well, that's the ego saying that, you know?
I'm going to interrupt you because this
go ahead.
That I think is a gift that Saint Germain has brought to us, and that is the violet flame. And the violet flame helps us kind of, okay, let's get rid of all this stuff that is not necessary so that you can find that connection within. So I'm not sure if either we have enough time to talk to us about who is Saint Germain and what is the violet flame, so that we can go into a guided practice into connecting with our I am presence. I know that's a lot. I'm not sure.
That's a whole other talk there, but I have a lot of YouTube videos where I talk about this, you know. Okay. But Saint Germain is the one who really brought these teachings. Well, he didn't need to go to India for them, but these are ancient teachings which the ancient seers, you know, tens of thousands of years ago gave to the great rishis in India. But he brought these to America, and he gave some of them to Godfrey Ray King in the 1930s. His name was Guy Ballard. He changed his name to Godfrey Ray King, which is, you know, the God-free Ray is king, you know, or is your ruler of yourself, you know. And the essence of that is really that you have a God presence. And that was a tremendous gift to humanity. God is not out there. I mean, God is out there, and God is in the church, but God is also in you at every moment and also above your head with, he said, about 50 feet, depending on whether you're in harmony or not. If you're feeling anger, God will pull away further because that energy amplifies whatever the human is feeling. So that's why it's important to be in harmony and out of the ego as much as possible. And then that God presence can come closer. Then in really deep meditation, you can feel that love within you expanding. you know, and you can invoke then whatever aspect you want. If you want to experience the more of the male quality of just empty mind, like, you know, enlightened mind, just and will, you can bring the energy there. But if you want to experience more of the love, nurturing quality and the healing quality, you bring it down into the heart more and just feel I am love. Now, the other great gift of Saint Germain was the violet fire. This is not something he created. It's in the light. When you take a prism, hold it up to the sun, you'll see all the rainbow colors coming through, and violet is one of them. What Saint Germain's gift was instructing people how to invoke that. And I've seen, sometimes it happens almost unconsciously. I've seen when I've been in front of a group and I open my eyes a little bit, I'll sometimes see violet light in the room, even if people are not even thinking about it. But if you imagine that violet light and you say, I am the violet fire, I am violet light, like I have a crystal over here. Well, it's not a crystal, it's actually made of glass. I couldn't afford the real thing, but you know, I got this in town at Soul Connections. It's a piece of glass that's violet, and I keep it on my desk because it reminds me all day long of the violet light, the violet fire, you know? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I have some amethyst lying around also. And that's a reminder. So the violet quality is the quality of purification and also forgiveness. And that's what keeps bringing us back lifetime after lifetime, is we hold on to things, you know, and that's also the gift of Buddhism, is letting go of these attachments. You know, I think they call them kleshas, or in India, vrittis. They're kind of magnetic entities that we created lifetime after lifetime. There's like the fear entity, jealousy, anger, things like that. They're almost like ghosts. In fact, they call them ghosts in Tibetan Buddhism, you know. The violet light dissolves them. So you imagine, like in this picture, there's a tube of light around you, and within that, there is this activity of violet light. So in meditation, you can strengthen that. I am the violet consuming flame, dissolving and consuming anything less than perfection. And you can also send that out into the world. I wrote a book about Violet Tara under Saint Germain's direction. Again, you visualize this goddess who's made of violet light above your head and ask her to send that violet light wherever it's needed. So I visualize Violet Tara above the Middle East, or above all the governments, above the White House, above the Kremlin, above, you know, the Chinese government. I call on Violet Tara to go forth today and dissolve and consume all negativity and free people of whatever is bothering them. And, you know, Saint Germain's quality is freedom. And you achieve freedom through forgiving people the painful things they've done to you, and also asking for forgiveness yourself for the painful things you may have done to other people. But the violet light or violet fire helps to dissolve that energy, that negative energy. So it's just like you take a shower to clean the physical body, you bathe in the violet light to cleanse the etheric body, you know?
Peter, I know that it's just not enough time to learn even about Saint Germain or the violet light. You're just giving this little glimpse.
Yeah.
And, you know, like I said, we have the website. Everyone has a bio with their information. He has tons of videos on YouTube. But I think this is a beautiful closing statement that we're able to use this for ourselves, but the ripple effect that you're creating, and that's your service to humanity. How can you help us, give us a beautiful closing statement with that information?
I am the presence of God in action. you can say that. Where I might do that, like if I'm driving and there's a traffic jam, or I am the presence blessing that person who seems to be suffering. I am peace on earth. Just to say that, instead of watching the news and identifying with the suffering, getting angry or fearful, I am the presence of God blessing that situation. And I am the happiness of God throughout this day. And that's a beautiful thing that I see the Yosoy group doing. You're helping people do something positive, to tune into the goodness, just to focus on the goodness and realize I am a good person, and I see you're a good person. That doesn't mean you never did anything bad, but I forgive you. I ask to be forgiven. Let's all work together, create a community of love, peace, and happiness. And I see this Yosoy group doing that. So I think it's wonderful. And I want to thank you. And I want to thank Matias for having been the inspiration for this, and all of you doing your work in your own ways. I don't remember everybody's name that helped to put this on, but definitely you, Zaira, and Susan, and everybody else. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I do want to say that we asked Peter just the other day if we're having this 2024 solstice, he's going to be a special guest to us, and again, giving us his blessing to be able to enjoy summer solstice 2024 and connect with those ascended masters, connect with ourselves. Our presence will come through. And I remember, I can't forget, or the feeling of that, sitting there in the fire and feeling my multi-dimensional self, but yet I was still Zaira. I didn't lose track of me. I came back home feeling empowered, calling the I am presence and saying all those things like, well, I have that power. I hold that within myself, and I can bless the wind. I can bless the earth. I can bless the east, the coast. It's just like suddenly I didn't have to go looking for someone to tell me how to do it. I just simplify the I am with anything I wanted behind it. So thank you so much, Peter. I hope that everyone has enjoyed your session. And then two, I'm just excited that more people will get to know who you are and your connection to Mount Shasta, your connection to Saint Germain and the purple flame. Thank you so much for.
Thank you so much, Peter. This has been wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And then we're going to close this statement today, this session of the Health Summit. Today's our last day with Elena. She started off with the despacho at the beginning of today, and we want to see where it went, right? Her offering to Mother Earth. Where did it catch on fire? Did it go fast? Did it go slow? So we'll find out soon, right? Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you hopefully in the springtime. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so while we're waiting, if you did have any questions that did not get answered, we do have a page on the website where you can input any statements or questions you have, and we'll get back to you as soon as we see them come in. Thank you.
So here we see a picture of Elena burning the offering, the despacho. Okay, so if Elena, if you want to turn on your video, I think Elena wants to share something with us, and then we can spotlight.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I don't know, so I can turn on my camera, but I send the picture. Yulin can put it. I send the picture. Yeah, even you send me open the camera. I don't know, maybe because I was in my laptop too, but I already turned off the laptop. But it's okay. Everything is perfect, you know. I sent already the picture to Yulin. She is welcome to share, and the despacho is burning already. It's accepted. The other side, the offering, your mountain. I mentioned each one very powerful energy. I feel it. It was so strong and quickly to burn. So that I sent already the picture.
Oh, that's wonderful, because you had a lot of beautiful intentions, including mentioning the mountains in which the health team members were born close to and the mountains which we live close to now. So we had a lot of just a lot of group energy here of well wishes.
Mhm.
Yes, thank you to all of you, because I feel your apples. I mentioned apples, the mountains dimension, very powerful. It was so quickly, the burning. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Elena. You know, it kind of creates more magic to this group and behind the Health Summit. So that was a beautiful closing way of ending our very first summit. Thank you.
Yes, thank you again to all of you for this opportunity. Yes, keep in touch, and I am this service. Also, well, like I said, I'm going to be 2 months in Peru, because I'm going to be in Lake Titicaca for solstice too, for this calling. And I'm going to do a charity event. If you want to support too, the charity event in the forest of the Peru is in my information in the Yosoy Shasta. You're welcome to help us. And you want to join the initiative pack too. Thank you again.
Okay.
Well,
I
think this is it, right? This is the end of the summit.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody else wants to join us on screen to say goodbye.
So Veronica, I believe we have some closing statements. We had some of our Yosoy, or not necessarily Yosoy, but our Health Summit team give their closing statement, and there's still some left. So we want to finish it with that. Again, reminding you guys that the website has a lot of contact information, and we're always available for any questions. Again, thank you to the health team. And this has been, like I said, a pleasure, and really makes you look forward to this community growing and strengthening. I'm just really excited to be part of it. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you for joining us on this final day of this year's held summit. If you missed any of the presentations, they will always be available to you on the Yosoy Network YouTube channel. We are grateful to all the speakers in this year's summit and to our summit production team. The guides asked and you answered their call. We bow to you with sincere and eternal gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Around the beginning of next year, please check back at our website, yosoy.shastasol.com, for announcements of upcoming events, including the next gathering at Mount Shasta for summer solstice in June of 2024. If you're interested in joining us, please send your information through the Contact Us page on the website. And remember, that event is free. The only expenses to you are your food, your lodging, and your travel. Please remember that this is not just for the Yosoy Network. Everyone is welcome, and we especially extend our invitation to those of you who are just discovering this path. Please know that you now have a community to support you. As you may have seen and experienced within yourself and throughout our planet, this ascension process is not easy. Never in our planetary history has humanity gone through this before, and sometimes we cannot help but ask, when will all of this chaos, turbulence, violence, sadness, anxiety, and confusion end? Let me take this moment to remind you that we are never alone. Let us reach out and realize that we have each other and we are one humanity. We are cells on this beautiful planet called Earth, which is supported by an entire galaxy. Together, we will get through this as we share our knowledge and our innate gifts to help us remember that we were perfectly created for the divine purpose of Source experiencing itself in every facet of its ever-expanding possibilities. Nothing is by accident or coincidence, and no one was made without a divine plan. Remember that you are deeply loved and you are always held.